Very good morning, everyone. We are so sorry for the inconvenience. We will be starting the conference. Mesmerizing morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Food and Nutrition, organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition, USFN, and associated with Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, admitted to the privileges of Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan. Universal Society of Food and Nutrition, USFN, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research and development in the field of food science and technology. USFN is a prominent body which has brought technical revolutions and sustainable development in the field of food science and technology. USFN is a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interests. Our forums and associates consist of professional leaders, universities, organizations, and associations connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. BioLeaks Worldwide is a non-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeaks have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeaks Worldwide conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who had explored all the avenues to reinforce the field of life sciences and medicine technology. BioLeaks Worldwide conduct events worldwide which helps in enhancing the skill set of people from divine industries and form a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors, and academicians, professionals, business figures, and much more. BioLeague conferences encourages better comprehension about improvements and progressions over the world through worldwide conferences with the speed of science and technology. We work with our motto of creating a better tomorrow by organizing conferences and creating a network which will help grow a better tomorrow with the help of advanced technology and achieve. Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, popularly known as PIMS, made a humble start in the year 2000. The motto of PIMS is imparting quality education to inculcate scientific temper and ethical values among its students. PIMS is now NAC-B accredited. The institute is focused on research and development of life sciences in general and nutraceuticals, food processing, and biotechnology in particular. Now, the institute accelerated its expansion in establishing new courses of scientific and global importance. With able governance and leadership and within the value framework, the college has achieved a ranking among the 20 biotech schools in India, received an approval from the state government to establish prestigious second phase of biotechnology skill enhancement program BTFS. PIMS is now UGC recognized Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Kendra Centers for Knowledge Acquisition and Upgradation of Skilled Human Abilities and Livelihood. Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya VKM was inaugurated on 10th July 1954 by Dr. C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, the then Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, and has successfully celebrated its Golden Jubilee in 2004 and 2005. Its aspiration to attain academic excellence has given it a rare opportunity to enter into the privileges of Banaras Hindu University as per the decision of BHU Academic Council and Visitors Approval President of India. The endeavor in the VKM was to link up education with culture. While seeing that the higher standards at the academic end are maintained, felt that girls should inspire the finest culture traditions of the land. The educational efforts was to synthesize full freedom with total sense of responsibility. The establishment of a university in Kelantan was made a component in the 9th Malaysia Plan to support the quality of human capital development in the higher education sector. The cabinet has specified that the philosophy of the curriculum in UMK should be based on the entrepreneurship and enterprise education in all the study programs. Therefore, taglines such as entrepreneurship is our trust and the entrepreneurial university are widely used to promote the philosophy of this university. Specialized studies for short, moderate terms are grouped into three main fields of study, namely entrepreneurship and business, creative technology and heritage, agro-based industry, and earth sciences. Apart from three fields of study, the significant emphasis would be given to acquiring languages and development of soft skills. These learning programs aim is to produce high-quality human capital with a first-class mentality and exemplary entrepreneurship attributes. Coming to about the conference, the 5th International Conference on Food and Nutrition coordinately invites you all the nutritionists, dietitians, professors, deans, scientists, researchers, research scholars, health experts, delegates, industrialists, and students, which will be held on 16th November and 17th November 2022 with a theme entitled A Novel Approach to the Innovation and Inventions in Food and Nutrition Sciences. Current advances and research within the field of food science and nutrition will be shared, which delivers extensive knowledge, novel ideas, and experience to the participants from the experts in the field. This global conference also discusses the trends, concerns, practical challenges came across, and the solutions. International conferences on food and nutrition not only shares the knowledge but also provides a platform that helps in building prophylactic networking and professional opportunity, which will boost one career. Now I would like to welcome our Honorable Dignitaries, Mr. Satish, Chairman, Padma Shri Institute of Management Science and India. Professor Rachna Srivastava, Principal and Professor Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Kamcha, India. Associate Professor Dr. Seri Intan Mokhtar, Dean Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan, Delhi Campus, Malaysia. Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, CEO of USFN Technorate Group, India. Dr. Sripriya Saji, Counseling Psychologist and Nutritionist, Sirisha Counseling, a Center for Nutritional and Psychological Well-Being, India. Organizing Secretary, Dr. Siti Nurul Huda Muhammad Azmin, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan, Delhi Campus, Malaysia. And our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, Dietitian, Tamil Nadu Government Multi-Super Specialty Hospital, India. Dr. Geeta Seth, Health Coach and Nutritionist, Geeta Seth, Nutritionist and Dietitian, Indonesia. Dr. Garima Upadhyay, Associate Professor, Department of Home Science, Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, India. Dr. Lee Singh-Wee, Associate Professor, Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, University Malaysia, Kelantan, in Malaysia. Dr. Anuradha Maniam, Principal of Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, India. Dr. Nandan Joshi, Head Medical Affairs, Nutrition and India and Emerging Markets, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, India. Dr. Madhavi Marathe, Senior Manager, Healthcare Nutrition Science, India. Ms. Gillian Fish, Founder and CEO, 6am Agency, Australia. Dr. Geeta Chauhan, Principal Scientist, Division of Livestock Product Technology, ICAR, Indian Veterinary Research Institute, India. Next, coming to our session chairs, Professor Mrs. Vidya Kadar, former Dean, Acharya Nagarjuna Ranga, Agriculture University, India. Dr. Raghunathan, MR, Visiting Professor, Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, former Principal Scientist, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR, India. Dr. Suhana Zakaria, Senior Lecturer, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Delhi Campus, Malaysia. Ms. Divya Puri, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, India. T.S. Dr. Norfisa Mohammed Zain, Senior Lecturer, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Delhi Campus, Malaysia. Dr. Anurag Singh, Associate Professor, Department of Food Technology, Harcourt Butler Technical University, India. Dr. Vyama Agarwal, Assistant Professor, Home Science, IIS University, deemed to be University, India. Dr. Kshetriyamun Vedamani Devi, Assistant Professor, Home Science, Dhanam Manjuri University, India. Dr. Siti Nurul Huda Mohammed Azman, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, University Malaysia, Kelantan Delhi Campus, Malaysia. Dr. Anshu Shukla, Associate Professor, Department of Home Science, Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Kamcha, India. Dr. Shilpi Sharma, Associate Professor, School of Allied Health Sciences, Jaipur National University, India. So I thank each and everyone for joining us today and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all the presenters from across the globe who have spent the valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today. Thank you.
Namaste. Good morning to everyone over here. I warmly welcome our honorable chief guest, speakers, delegates across the world. I, Satish, chairman of Padma Shri Institute of Management Sciences, welcome you to all for the 5th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. The theme of this particular conference is a special discussion on a novel approach to the innovation and invention in food and nutrition science. I thank the academic partners, scientific partner, and research partner participating in the conference. It's a pleasure to have you all with us. I thank all the industrialists, academicians, and researchers across the globe who have joined today to describe their ongoing process and work on advances in food and nutrition. Today, we will have sessions, discussions, insights on the food and nutrition advances, nutrition and health, agriculture science, food processing and technologies, and public health and nutrition. We will discuss the importance of food and nutrition on health and how detrimental it can be on the future of a nation. A vivid discussion on guidelines and suggestions for reducing the cause of food and nutrition associated problems like food security problems, malnutrition, diet associated diseases, and metabolic disorders, and so on will be discussed today. We are also eager to hear from our delegates about their ideas and innovations in food and nutrition. I wish you all the best and hope you all have a pleasant experience attending 2 days of conference. Thank you all for your presence and participation. I thank the organizing committee, volunteers for giving such a wonderful platform to all of us to learn about the latest developments in the field of food and nutrition. I sincerely hope you all will enjoy today, tomorrow, and in sharing ideas and information, session discussions, and networking. I declare that the conference is open for further proceedings. Thank you, one and all. Namaste.
Mm. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Now I call upon Professor Rachna Srivastava, Principal, and Professor Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Kamcha, India, to give the welcome message.
It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the fifth International Conference on Food and Nutrition, which is being held in Kuala Lumpur. The conference is jointly organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Varanasi, India. Let me tell you something about our college. VKM is one of the premium institutions of Varanasi for the education of girls. It was established in 1913 by Dr. Annie Besant, and it was founded as Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya on 10th July 1954 by the philanthropist Dr. Rohit Mehta on the lofty ideals propagated by Dr. Besant, the theosophist. The college works with the motto of education as service, and our endeavor in VKM is to link up culture and education, tradition with modernity, freedom with responsibility, and power with duty. Keeping our mission and vision in mind, we encourage the organization of seminars, conferences, workshops, etc., on issues which are contemporary, relevant, and beneficial for all our stakeholders, that is, from students to society. We strive to link lab with land. The theme of the present conference, a novel approach to the innovation and invention in food and nutrition science, is one more step in the same direction. Healthy diet and appropriate nutrition has been a major cause of concern for both the government and civil society, especially in South Asian countries, where abject poverty, lack of education, and awareness have aggravated this problem. Or we can say that lack of nutrition has led to major crisis in the southern hemisphere of the earth. This international conference is organized with the aim of highlighting the innovative and novel approaches in food and nutrition. The conference will mark an important milestone as in this conference, professionals and academicians in the field of food and nutrition science uh, will share their ideas and provide some plausible solutions to the challenges which are being faced by the people, especially in this era of post pandemic. Let us all strive and benefit from the new ideas to be floated on this platform and take the word forward. I really appreciate the effort and commitment that has been put by the organizing team to make this conference possible. I wish the organizing team all the success in their endeavor. Being one of the main organizers of the conference, I shall greatly appreciate the active participation of all delegates. Once again, I express my gratitude.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Now I call upon Associate Professor Dr. Sari Intan Mokhtar, Dean Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, Universiti Malaysia Kelantan Jali Campus, Malaysia, to give the welcome message.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone. Honorable guests of honor, keynote speakers and participants of the conference. Food is a basic right. Food and nutritional security are foundation of a decent life. Over the past years, we have witnessed a change of reaction, especially with COVID-19. A chain reaction that threatens the very foundation of life for millions of people. Rising energy prices drove up the cost of food and eat away the savings that people otherwise would have spent on healthcare and education. The human cost of the food crisis has been enormous. It sets back development and undercuts social order. By 2050, our planet may be home to 9.1 billion people, over 2 billion people than today. At a time when the population is growing, our global climate is changing. By 2050, we know we will need to grow 70% more food. Food security and climate change are deeply interconnected. A novel approach to handle food and nutritional needs of the world is an important topic for discussion. And I am very happy that the 5th International Conference on Food and Nutrition this year will gather as many scientists, researchers, and students for a good networking and discussion over the need to serve the world and finding the solution. I hope everyone will enjoy the conference and have a great networking. Remember, the work you present today at this very conference may provide the right suggestion and solution for the crisis. Best of luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Now, I call upon Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Technoread Group and USFN, India, to give the inaugural message. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Rosni, for this wonderful welcome.
Thank
A
you.
very wonderful good morning to one and all. And with slow and small steps ahead, moving towards creating a strong integrated platform among dietitians, nutritionists, and clinical healthcare professionals all across the globe, we came up with this series of International Conference of Food and Nutrition. And this is the 5th series, and over last almost 6 years of our journey, we choose different locations, different places, different themes, different speakers, and we congregated and integrated professionals, industrial professionals, researchers from institutions, colleges, universities, individuals, faculties, and professors from all across the globe to a single platform. Though, as our vision says that, going back to 480 BC, the visionary philosopher Aristotle said, we must live eating food as the medicine and not the medicine as our food. We come up with successive years of progress of scientific advancement, and we believe how medication has rigorously impacted our health. When we go back to 480 BC and look into the words of the visionary Hippocrates, when he says about food is the medicine and medicine is the food. And now we realize how important are those words in our day-to-day life. Revered dignitaries, honorable speakers, thought-provoking keynotes, faculties, office bearers, organizing committee members, and national and international ambassadors of National Universal Society for Food and Nutrition, our beloved co-hosts and academic partners who have extended their valuable support in organizing this wonderful conference, my most respected faculties and administration officials from Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, India, Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan, Zelly Campus, Malaysia. They have been our series and successive partners in organizing this conference. They are one of the leaders, those who have come forward among Asian universities and joined hand with USFN to take ICFN International Conference on Food and Nutrition, make it useful and worthable for the benefit of researchers in healthcare sectors and nutrition in Asia Pacific region. I also express my gratitude the renowned institution of Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Constituent College of Banaras Hindu University in India, for their involvement, participations, contributions in this conference. My dear friends, USFN is a unit of Techno-Arid Group with our vision of 5 dimensions that is utmost need if we channelize the activities of science and technology and research towards the point number 2 of zero hunger of United Nations Organization as Sustainable Development Goals, mobilizing and channelizing educations and higher professional learning requires 5 dimensions on which every academic, entrepreneurs, universities, and organizations must focus. I believe liberalization of organizations, globalizations of research proposals, mobilizations of innovations to applications, digitalizations of learning, and commercializations of informations are key aspects on which every academic, entrepreneurs, and enterprises should focus on. When we speak about liberalization of organizations, I urge institutions, universities, and higher professional organizations to come out of the existing curriculums, existing learning sources, and access international knowledge forums by attending these type of conferences, by publishing their works in renowned journals. And we have been rendering our uninterrupted services in field of knowledge sharing. And we do insist researchers and speakers and professionals of different age groups from different regions, different countries, irrespective of being developed and developing, to come into the platform and share their ideas and innovations in form of text in journals and in form of audios and videos in presentations format in these conferences. Globalization of the research proposal is also a very important thing. I urge researchers and institutions to think beyond the national boundaries and globalize their thoughts, their innovations, their clinical trials, applications, their inventions, the contributions or development of new molecules to international forums, by reaching the right platforms, right universities, right funding agencies, by submitting the research proposals to them, so that their ideas should be globalized, and that would result in commercialization of information. If I speak about commercialization of information, the most expensive asset of the globe as leading this organization, I believe, is informations. Commercialization of scientific information is very much important. That would generate funds for developments and trials and experiments and testing of the products. That will definitely be helpful towards the sustainable development goal of zero hunger. The another aspect we need to speak and focus about is digitizations of learning. COVID-19 pandemic has made us aware about it and made us learn how important is digitalization and using of the technology in learning and in field of knowledge sharing also. We are in a verge of creating one of the digitalized, strongest interdisciplinary professional association that will promulgate high skill and higher level professional knowledge. Mobilization of innovations to application is also another aspect on which we must focus, and our organization is keen in doing that. We are insisting to come forward with their innovative activities, take it ahead towards applications. Through the course of your journey, we are going to support you all across the procedure of writing, drafting the research proposal till its publication and till its applications, and choosing the right institutionals or industrial partners to collaborate and work with as well. I express my hearty gratitude to our guest speakers, Dr. Sripriya Saji, the renowned leader of nutrition, the professional, the leader of national nutrition, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, for her esteemed leadership in the field and bringing a great impact in the country. Ma'am has been a part of our organization in a number of conferences, even if in ICFN and in our cardiometabolic congress, because metabolism is also a very important aspect on which he speaks about. We have renowned speakers like Dr. Geeta Seth with us, Dr. Garima Upadhyay, Dr. Lee Song Wei, Dr. Anuradha Maniam, Dr. Nandan Joshi, Dr. Madhavi Marathe, Dr. Geeta Chauhan, and Dr. Gillian Fish also. And I believe this academic feast, even though in virtual platform, will be a spellbounding platform of interactions and knowledge sharing. I'm really glad and thankful for the contributions of more than 240 contributions of abstracts, on which only 198 abstracts were selected, because we have been keen that quality articles and quality knowledge sharing must be focused on which in our platforms, so that it pertains and it maintains the value of the platform. Moreover, a total number of 260 plus registrations we have. We have a strong support from academicians and industrial professionals from different parts of the nation and Asia who have been taking part in this conference. And we have more than 198 valuable, unique, and high quality presentations that will be utilized for knowledge sharing. And I urge everyone to take the best out of this conference. And I wish everyone all the best for this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Before we continue with our next sessions, I request all the participants kindly turn on the videos. I repeat, I request all the participants kindly turn on the videos for the gallery image. I repeat myself, I request every participant kindly turn on the videos for the gallery image. I repeat myself. I request every participant kindly turn on their videos for the gallery image. Thank you all. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers of today. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, dietitian, Tamil Nadu Government Super Specialty Hospital, India. Ma'am, please.
A very good morning to one and all present here. At the outset, I'm truly grateful for the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to kickstart today's session. And as all of us are aware, there has always been a debate whether it's the fat or the carbohydrate, which is the culprit. And I thought I'll share some evidence-based medicine, whether fat is a friend or a foe. Give me a few minutes. I'll just share my. Is my slide audible, visible, madam?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we talk of fats, we need to understand that I think the present audience, August audience, does understand that we cannot survive without fat, whether it may be for taste or it could be for palatability or even the several functions which are associated with fat. But then which is the right source of fat and what's the quantity of fat which we can consume and which form we can consume is an important question which requires answers. So when we talk of fats, we do understand that the composition involves two important components. One is the fatty acids. Obviously, we are aware of the saturated mono, poly, and the trans fatty acids. But the right side, or I would say the bright side of the fat, is the presence of the non-glyceride components like the phytosterols, lignans, oryzanols, carotenoids. For example, the rice bran oil, which contains the oryzanols, and so many of the nuts and oil seeds, which contain most of the non-glyceride components. Now, why are these non-glyceride components important to us? Obviously, they have immunonutrient, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and improving the dyslipidemic properties. So basically, when we talk of the healthy fats, if I'm to say in a very common man's language, the healthy fats are based on evidence that they are the plant-based fats. Now, in the plant-based fats also, we have certain of the tropical oils, that is the palm, the coconut, and the palm kernel oil, which also have some amount of saturated fat, which when taken in excess may have a role to play on the bad side of the coin or the other side of the coin. Whereas when we talk of the animal-based fats, yes, apart from the seafood, especially when we talk of the fish or the fatty fish, especially the freshwater fish, we do look at it as a source of omega-3 fatty acids, which everybody is aware that it has an important role to play when it comes to platelet aggregation or immunonutrient modulation or anti-inflammatory or as an antioxidant. But basically, when we talk of animal-based fats, when we talk of either the dairy or the red meat, all the organ meats, all of them are sources of cholesterol. Now, cholesterol, why are we worried of? In fact, we had the American Heart Association 2015-2020 guidelines very clearly telling us that cholesterol is not a worry. But then one needs to remember that guidelines are guidelines. They are lines, they are baselines. They help us, they guide us through what is right and what is wrong. But we need to read the bottom line of the guidelines. Always not read the spicy headlines and, just give up and understand that the spicy headline is the entire content, but go a little beyond it. And most importantly, also update yourself with the recent other guidelines. So when we talk of cholesterol, we do understand the liver synthesizes 85% of the cholesterol, 15% only comes from the diet. But then if somebody after following a very, very healthy diet. And if their cholesterol is doing well, we don't have to worry. If some of them are following a little bit of high cholesterol in their diet, say more than 300 milligrams of cholesterol in their diet, and still they seem to be having a normal cholesterol value, we still don't have to worry. But in spite of us, having the liver synthesizing more than 85%, if there is some component in our diet which is increasing the cholesterol in our serum, definitely we need to reduce the total cholesterol in the diet to less than 200. So this tells us a fact that suppose somebody is having congestive heart failure associated with dyslipidemia and anemia, and he's looking at organ meats to sort out his iron deficiency anemia, and forgets that they are a large source of cholesterol, and already there is total cholesterol being raised, that patient is in trouble. So these guidelines do give us an idea, but we need to read beyond it. Now let us look at the nuts, which are the healthiest source for all good reasons. We choose on nuts. Even, we want to replace a carb portion with a nuts exchange. We find that there is a blunting in the postprandial glycemic response. There is satiety. There is more of healthy fat. All of it, yes. But then we've always found and said that groundnut is probably healthier than a cashew nut. We always look at cashew nut as an evil, but look at the profile. Look at the fatty acid profile. The MUFA is much higher in the cashew nut when compared. It's 28%. It's 28 grams per 100 grams of MUFA present in cashew nuts when compared to groundnuts, which contain 80 grams. And look at the PUFA profile, maybe slightly higher in the groundnut when compared to the cashew nuts. So we cannot just go with what anybody and everybody says. We need to look into the profile, but obviously moderation is the key. In fact, yesterday I had a GDM patient who came up to me with a plate saying she had a portion of healthy vegetable and one jowar ki roti and a large cup of groundnuts. You cannot have a large cup of groundnuts because remember, the saturated fat percentage in both groundnuts and cashew nut is as high as 8 grams per 100 grams. Though the guidelines do tell us that we can go between 7 to 10% of saturated fat in our diet, unless and until you are having, a raise in the LDL cholesterol or the total cholesterol, wherein you'll have to reduce the saturated fat to 5 to 6% according to the American Heart Association guidelines. But all the guidelines do tell us that we need to restrict our saturated fat less than 7%, especially in the DM population. So in such a population, like when this patient showed me a plate with a large bowl of groundnuts, I would say she has to choose on almonds, that to only portion the almonds to about 12 numbers or one exchange if she has to get the benefit of zero carb count and health in the form of protein and fat. And look at the walnut. So we need to choose on the right nut for which source. Now, if we have to look at walnuts, we are looking at it for the omega-3 fatty acids. When we are looking at almonds, we are looking at the zero carb count and the MUFAs. So you have to choose on which nut will give you the best benefit. Now, why go plant-based and why go animal-based? The source makes a difference. We don't have to wait for Kamala Harris from the US to tell us that we need to go plant-based to be climate-friendly. We have enough evidence from the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition 2018, which tells us that when we go plant-based, we lower the risk of dying from any cause by 16%. And on the other hand, if you're going to choose an animal-based diet, the risk of dying from any cause could be as high as 21%. This data was collected over a period of 22 years, over 90,000 people. So I think it's a valuable data which tells us which is a good fat and which is a bad fat. Now, another data telling us with the favorite coconut. Most often, even today, we have arguments from the population which is consuming a large amount of coconut and saying, we've been consuming coconut for long years, but then why are you telling that coconut is bad? We are not telling coconut is bad. Coconut does not come along with coconut alone. If you are going to talk in Kerala, in the southern part of India, you see there is coconut and there is fish and there is red rice and a lot of physical activity. If you're going to say, I'm going to consume only coconut, no fish, no physical activity, no fiber coming from the red rice, then which way are we doing this? Or to the population. So the American Heart Association 2017 presidential guidelines does clearly tell us that out of the 7 RCTs, which were part of a recent systemic review, they found that 6 of them were statistically significant for raising the LDL cholesterol. And hence the guideline very clearly tells us that you need to lower the intake of saturated fat and replace it with unsaturated fat, especially the PUFAs, to lower the incidence of CVD by 30%. So we do understand that coconut oil raises the LDL cholesterol and is a cause of CVD, and it has got 91% of saturated fat. After coconut oil, we have ghee, we have butter. In the ghee, we have about 71% saturated fat, and butter is as high as 51%. So keep this in mind when you choose on coconut or coconut oil. Now, as I mentioned to you, that one needs to restrict their saturated fat to 5 to 6% when the LDL is on the higher side. Otherwise, it's good to go with 7 to 10% of saturated fat. But remember, if you're choosing on the saturated from the coconut, then you need to keep away from the ghee or the whole fat dairy or the groundnut. So the choice of saturated fat is very, very limited. You may have to limit it to one particular food ingredient. Now, as I mentioned to you, ghee, butter, cheese, all of them are also sources of saturated fat and cholesterol. So this is the animal-based fat. That is why we are worried about animal-based fat and plant-based fat. Another important thing, a particular fat source does not come only with fat. It comes with so many other components. For example, when we talk of animal-based fat, it comes with a protein source also, and it comes with no fiber. So you're looking at gut dysbiosis when of animal-based without the fiber part of it. Now, when we talk of the cholesterol alone, it's a very well-known fact, and there is enough evidence to tell us that we can consume between 2 to 3 whole eggs throughout the week for somebody who's healthy with not much of dyslipidemia. But look at this. I would want you to spend 2 seconds looking at this slide. If you look at a egg whole, approximately 50 grams, a large whole egg, which has about 183 grams. Look at goat chops, 100 grams. I'm talking of double the portion of one egg, has only 88 grams cholesterol. Beef chops, which is the next on the list, which is half of the goat chops. There is something beyond cholesterol, which is the red, which we need to keep in mind. Because I've seen a lot of patients with colon cancer, with C. rectum, their consumption of beef is way high. But look at the cholesterol content. It's not so high when compared to one whole egg. So there is another component beyond the cholesterol also, which we need to, have some research to give us some thought process on why it's the red meat. Is it only the cholesterol in the red meat or something? I'm sure there's something beyond it. Now, when it comes to fish, look at the omega-3 fatty acids as high as 1,190 grams. And butter is a source of trans fat. So people consuming the pav bhaji or the butter naan, you're asking for trans fat on your food. Now, as I mentioned to you, look at the right side of the slide, you will see that goat liver, chicken liver, all of them are sources of cholesterol. So when you look at organ meats, remember, apart from the fat-soluble nutrients, you also have cholesterol part of it. Another important message here, what I would want to share here is, MU meat is one lean meat, low in cholesterol, and it has a very favorable fatty acid profile, which has an important, abundance of heme iron also, without having the cholesterol component as much. So one can choose an MU meat when you're looking at anemia. Now, we have the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, which has come out with a guideline to tell us that if you're having a, processed food, which can be considered as low cholesterol, only if it has less than 20 milligrams of cholesterol per 100 grams of the solid. And you can call it as free if it has got less than 5 milligrams of cholesterol per 100 grams of the solid. Remember that whenever one reduces the serum cholesterol level, 50% of total reduction in CHD mortality can be achieved. Another important culprit in our regular day-to-day diet, which has been gradually increasing from the hunter-gatherer to the industrial era where we are today. This tells us that trans fats is a killer. Why is it a killer? Not even a killer in processed foods or in bakery items, but also in the reheated oil, even at our household level. Now, if you look at even small amounts of trans fats are formed when same cooking oil is used for repeated frying, which is a very common phenomenon, not only at home, also when children pick up chips, pick up fries, continuously the oil is being reheated. Even when you look at the popcorn in the theaters, there is some amount of oil which is used in the preparation of popcorn, wherein you see that probably some of these do not even wipe those popcorn machines and almost 100 times the popcorn is prepared. Or if you look at the masala dosa or the regular ghee roast dosa, which is prepared in the restaurants, one dosa is prepared followed by another dosa. They hardly wipe the tawa in order to prepare your dosa. So these small things add on to the trans fats in your daily diet. And look at the ice cream and the hydrogenated fat. They have equal amount of trans fat. Obviously, the ghee and the butter. The butter has slightly lesser when compared to the clarified butter, that is the desi ghee which one consumes in it. Now, if you look at trans fats, we've always been thinking the industrial trans fat or the ITFA, which is the culprit. Now, recent data tells us not only the industrial trans fat, also the ruminant trans fat, which is present in red meat and whole dairy, also is a culprit. So as I mentioned to you, reheated oil shortenings, margarine, bakery items, vegetable spreads, all of them are sources of trans fat. And what do? They actually reduce the HDL cholesterol and apolipoprotein A1, increase TDL, LDL-C, lipoprotein A and apolipoprotein B, which in turn, you understand that it could be very, very dangerous with reference to CHD and CHD mortality. So when a small increase of even 2% in your energy intake from trans fats can increase the risk of CHD by 23%. And in fact, it was interesting to note that when they had banned trans fats in New York City, they found that the heart attack and stroke percentage came down by 6.2%. This is as per JAMA Cardiology 2017. And there is, as I mentioned to you, a recent guideline which tells us whether it's ruminant or industrial trans fat, both have adverse effects when it comes to the lipids. In fact, we have the nurses' health study talking to about raising the CHD and the type 2 DM, the uramic and the trans fat study talking to about breast and colon cancer. Unfortunately, trans fat cross the placenta during pregnancy. It can cause gut dysbiosis, insulin resistance, and metabolic syndrome. And children, when they are exposed to a lot of trans fat, which they are through the presence of ultra-processed foods, increase the risk of asthma and eczema. Thankfully, the Food Safety Standards Authority of India has launched the campaign of Heart Attack Rewind in 2018. And they have pledged to have industrial trans fats less than 2% in processed foods by 2020. Now, what's the difference between butter and margarine? The whole world thinks margarine is healthier when compared to the butter. But remember, butter has got 51% of saturated fat. It has a low smoking point. So forget the pav bhaji, which is being toasted and fried very often. With the butter, definitely you're increasing the trans fat acid content. What about the margarine? Margarine is, it's an assumption that it's healthy, but they forget that it's hydrogenated. When it is hydrogenated, it is a source of trans fats. But now recently, there are some margarines which are available in the market. For example, the tub margarines have lesser trans fat when compared to the stick margarines. Also, some margarines which are presently available in the market may be low in saturated fat because they may be prepared only from vegetable oils with MUFA and PUFA and without hydrogenation process with a special technique. But remember, they still provide calories. Now, nevertheless, we have the coconut, which I made a mention to you. But remember always, the unrefined coconut oil cannot be used for frying. And in fact, a lot of places down south, they fry the banana chips. If it is going to be fried in the unrefined oil, it is not a frying oil because it has a very, very low smoking temperature. But remember that most of these saturated fats, whether it's coconut oil or ghee, are otherwise stable while frying. Even if they are stable while frying, remember they are a source of saturated fat, which increases the LDL cholesterol. Now, as I mentioned to you, not only that, when you are going to cross the smoking temperature, like for example, if you're going to use unrefined oil for frying, you're not only destroying the vitamin A, E, but also going to produce melonidialdehyde that may be potential mutagenic and atherogenic. Now, what about the peanut oil? The difference between peanut oil, unrefined and refined is the same. Whenever you choose on any unrefined oil, it has a low smoking temperature, which cannot be used for frying. Whereas the refined groundnut oil can be used for frying, but remember, it is also a source of saturated fat. So the restriction still remains, you need to consume it in moderation. Now, the important message here, which I want to share with you, is the Food Safety Standards Authority of India has launched a beautiful scheme saying repurpose used cooking oil That is, whatever used cooking oil is there in restaurants has been used, purchased for the formation or the preparation of biodiesel. The reason being that whenever you use reused oil, there is an increase in the total polar compounds, which when it crosses 25%, is going to increase the risk of hypertension, atherosclerosis, liver diseases, as well as Alzheimer's. So this concept of using the reused cooking oil or the fried cooking oil for the production of biodiesel is applaudable by the government of India. Now, which is the best oil for cooking? If you see, we need to choose whether it's refined or unrefined. As I mentioned to you, all unrefined oils may retain the flavor, the taste, the enzymes, the vitamins, and the minerals, but they have a very, very low smoking point. So they are the best used for drizzling the salads, marinades, or dressings, but not for frying purpose. Next comes the omega-6 and the omega-3. If you see that the omega-3 fatty acids, especially when it comes to the walnut oil, it cannot be used as a cooking. It gets very rancid, whether it's the walnut oil or the flaxseed oil, it's going to get very, very rancid. At the same time, if you have omega-6, which is present in almond oil, also you need to follow the ratio of omega-3 to omega-6, which is 1:5 to 10, which is the ideal ratio when you want to choose a cooking oil. Come to saturated and unsaturated, I think we have enough data to tell us that saturated fat is going to increase the LDL cholesterol as well as the CVD mortality. Whereas, and all sources of saturated fats, if they contain or they are in combination with cholesterol, are going to increase the CHD mortality. And when you replace the saturated fat with unsaturated, mainly the PUFA and MUFA, you will bring down the CHD mortality by 50%. And then when it comes to the flavorful and the neutral oils, when we talk of the flavorful oils, they are the coconut oil, as well as you have the coconut oil and the walnut oil, which has a very, very strong flavor. But remember, these oils, if they are unrefined, they're going to have a slow smoke. They're going to have a low smoking. Whereas the neutral oils, you have the peanut oil, the vegetable oil, canola, as well as the safflower oil, which can be used for all-purpose cooking. Now, smoking point, I've made enough mention on that it should be definitely more than 200 degrees centigrade for it to be used as an all-purpose cooking. Now you have this list of oils. It's a very, very busy slide, but I'll just make a mention that refined groundnut oil, refined coconut oil, refined canola oil, rice bran oil, and ghee and clarified butter. All these are all-purpose oils because they have a high smoking point in comparison to sesame, flaxseed, unrefined groundnut oil, extra light olive oil, pure olive oil, refined olive oil, or extra virgin olive oil. But also remember one thing: when you consume rice bran oil, it reduces 15% absorption. For example, if you are frying with any other oil other than rice bran oil, the absorption of oil will be higher by 15% in other oils when compared to rice bran oil. That's the health benefit of rice bran oil apart from the presence of oryzanol. Another important thing which I would want to make a note here is, in spite of ghee or clarified butter being an all-purpose oil, that is, as I mentioned to you, it is very stable, but it is a source of saturated fat. Now, when we talk of blend of oils, it's important. Why we need a blend of oils is usually they reduce the lipid parameters and also inflammatory markers. Also, one important mention which I want to make here is soybean oil is not very, very glycemic friendly. So, National Institute of Nutrition does suggest a blending of oils in order to reduce the inflammatory markers and reduce endothelial dysfunction by using a combination of either groundnut, sesame, or rice bran oil with cottonseed and mustard oil, or cottonseed and canola oil, or cottonseed and soybean oil. So these are certain permutations and combinations which can be used for considering them as blend of oils. But remember, whenever one chooses on frying, though you need to do it in moderation, avoid using iron pans because they accelerate oxidation and result in rancidity. But remember, there are few novel oils which are coming up in the market. We have the avocado oil, which is an all-purpose cooking oil, but it cuts your pocket a little too on the larger side. We have the pumpkin seed oil, walnut oil, hemp seed oil, but all these oils ideally could be used for drizzling, dresses, dips, sauces, smoothies, not for all-purpose cooking. Yes, grapeseed oil can be used as an all-purpose cooking oil, but flaxseed oil once again gets rancid, though it's a source of omega-3 fatty acids. It should ideally be used as a drizzle or as a salad dressing. We have another novel oil, that is the krill oil, which is nothing but tiny shrimps like crustaceans that flourish in the extremely cold water of Antarctic Ocean, which make the EPA and DHA more bioavailable because it is available in a phospholipid form, and it is a very, very potent antioxidant called astaxanthin. We have another algal oil, which is a vegetarian source of long-chain omega-3 fatty acids, which is found mainly in infant formulas and pharmaceutical products. And as you all know, that the dietary recommendations for fat, we say no going with zero fat, but not crossing 35%, not like as in keto, we want to go as high as 70%, but not to cross 35% and not to go less than 20% unless and until, you're having gallbladder calculi or gallbladder cancer or a pancreatic cancer or cirrhosis of liver, where you may have to rely on MCT-based fats. Now, AHA recommends that go saturated, replacing it with unsaturated fat to reduce CVD by 30%. Use liquid plant oils rather than tropical oils like coconut and palm oil because they reduce the risk of CVD and LDL cholesterol. So it's always better to consume them in moderation. Choose on fitness centers, not fatness centers. Moderation is the key. Moderate in the type of fat, in the quantity of fat, and say no to trans fats. Always remember that any food ingredient, when taken in moderation, gives its best results. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Now I would like to invite our guest speaker, Dr. Sripriya Shaji, counseling psychologist and nutritionist, Sirisha Counseling, a Center of Nutritional and Psychological Well-being, India. Ma'am, please.
Hi all, good morning. I just want to share my screen. Okay, today I am here with a very important topic. We are coming across a lot of psychological disorders in women. Could it be just a nutritional deficiency? This is my topic today. So let's start with the case, Mrs. Reva, who can be also taken as a representative of complete Indian subcontinent women. So Reva is a 44-year-old female. She has a continuous complaints of aches all over the body while waking up early in the morning. She often brings in quarrels with her husband and teenage children. She constantly mumbles about her ill fate and feels pity for herself. Every night she sleeps with different strategies for the next executing day, and she has a various plans and schedules. By the way, Reva is a technical person who is working as a IT professional, and irrespective of her plans, she badly fails in accomplishing her task. Her decision-making skills is getting declined, and her memory and orientation is also very much impaired. She constantly battles to be a perfectionist ideal woman at the cost of her health. On analysis of her lifestyle, her eating habits is very poor. She often skips her breakfast because she is too busy to take care of her family. And most commonly, she will prefer to go for an instant or ready to cook preparations. And she always prefers outside foods for the snacking time because she has no time to prepare snacks or homemade foods for that purpose. But on and off, she gets reminded about her lost youthfulness and beauty. And she will go and try all the weight loss programs already available in the internet as well as outside. But what happens is every time she goes, she discontinues because of her incompetence with managing the family and her official works. So what is about her sleeping habit? She wakes up every morning with the pain and tiredness because every evening she takes the time for relaxation in the bed, and she goes for Netflix and social media as she is fully engaged in her household chores and works in the morning hours. She wants to relax during her bedtime. And her activity, she rarely do walkathon along with her friends, and she always thinks her household chores is a lot more enough for her exercise. So she avoids all.
Saya biasanya pakai tidak ada di atas. Kosong.
About her biochemical parameters, her hemoglobin levels were 8, calcium was 8, which is supposed to be above 40, vitamin D 9, and thyroid is slightly higher. Vitamin D9 is too less, totally insufficient, and thyroid is slightly on the higher side, 5, and her postprandial and fasting sugars are on borderline, 110 and 140, and her cholesterol is higher range, 240, and the TGL is also 200, LDL is also 140. So let's keep Reva aside and move into the topic. Why is that mental health disorders in women has to be seen differently from men? Because they are different. Women has more common depression and anxiety in comparison with men, and women has a unique problem because of their reasons: reproductive biology, cultural bondings, work and family balance, ignorance, body image, and gender discrimination. We are not going to discuss on work, family balance, or gender discrimination and other things, but we are going to discuss about the reproductive biology, body image, and ignorance of the food, right? So what is the reproductive biology and how it impacts on the women's health is puberty, perinatal depression, premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and perimenopausal. All these hormonal changes have a lot of mental changes because of the physical pressure happening throughout the phase of hormonal variations. And common gynecological factors also have their own role in making our brain chemical altered. Some of them are polycystic ovaries, hirsutism, high-risk pregnancy, menstrual disorders. Especially we are coming across women with premenstrual disorders every month, and mood swings also along with that. Pelvic inflammatory disorder, which is most commonly unidentified, fibroids, thyroid, and Cushing syndrome. And the very important thing is battling against the body, because for years and years, since Cleopatra or anybody, we have an ideal body image in our mind for women is to be thin, slender, and like a wind. So every woman throughout her ages, she fight across the globe. This is happening. We are fighting with the negative body image throughout the lifespan. Constant unauthenticated practices and constant fat diet following is also a leading cause for eating disorders and mental health problems in women. And when men are going for the addictive habits like alcohol and drugs, the first addictive habit for women is stress eating, and it is as equally dangerous like any other addictive habits. So with this body image problems, they get into the following problems, or this is a vicious cycle also: body dysmorphic disorder, anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, depression, and one more thing is night binge eating during nights. So the most dangerous of all mental illness is one's own mind bullying their own body. So what is the symptoms of such problems, inclusive of all the reproductive biological problems as well as our body image problem, which is commonly happening in the age of, especially reproductive ages starts from exact 30 to 50, is persistent sadness, feeling of hopelessness, dramatic changes in eating and sleeping habits, loss of appetite or increase in appetite, weight changes will be there, decreased energy and fatigue. We can see a young and vibrant girl losing her temper and all the energy during her mid-40s. So excessive fear and worrisome, seeing or hearing things that are not existing, that may be because of even illusions, extremely high and low moods, aches, headaches like digestive problem, backache, body pain, and even fibromyalgia, irritability, agitation, social withdrawal is very important, and even suicidal thoughts are commonly seen. So why is the nutrition playing its role here in mental health? Because the overall ideal balanced meal brings in good mental, physical, and emotional health. It brings positive social and ethical impact. On the base of physical health, it improves health, stronger immune system, lowers the risk of non-communicable disease, and improves anti-inflammatory function. On the mental health, it sharpens the mindset, increased concentration, better performance, and reduced stress. When it comes to emotional health, increase in emotional quotient, increase in improved thinking, creative thinking, and decision making, and manages mood fluctuation. You must be knowing, like, without a breakfast, how you react in a day. So that is a simple example we can give for the emotional betterment. And not only with the small things, psychological consequences of poor nutrition also leads to depression. Studies are proving this constantly. Procrastination, stress and anxiety, and cognitive distraction at any ages. So how does this diet play its role on mental health? Let's shortly brief on macronutrients. We just before madam has said, fat is always on discussion. Like fat, in recent days, the carbohydrate is seen as a new villain for ideal slender women. But let's discuss on that. And is protein the real hero? And is fat a long-standing dawn for this mental health? So is really the carbs is our villain? Because constantly people think that the carbs are high. Oh my God, you cannot eat this much carb, this much carb. But the problem is we are lacking the basic understanding that without glucose constant supply, the brain cannot function. Carbohydrates has to get broken down into glucose and has to be used by the brain, muscles, and nervous system. When we talk about the carbohydrate, we have to understand what type of carbohydrate we use, whether it is a simple carbohydrate or complex carbohydrate. Complex carbohydrates are always better because it gives a sustained release of energy. So we always prefer whole grains and nuts and legumes for ideal carbohydrate plan. And studies are also proving that lowering the intake of carbohydrate, whenever people are morbidly obese, they go for a very low carbohydrate diet. But please do understand, the very low carbohydrate is always associated with the risk of brain fog, depression, fatigue, and sluggishness. Unless there is a need for very low carbohydrate in medical nutritional therapy, people should not go and take on their own as a self-medication. They should never ever reduce their carbs. Our body needs 50 to 60% of carbohydrate in a day. Protein is a real hero, but the thing is we cannot over-exaggerate him. Nowadays, people are over-exaggerating him, like real Indian movies or Bollywood stars. Protein is very much exaggerated, and they started taking too much of protein also. But too much of protein consumption only will lead to accumulation of fat in the visceral fatty acids. So amino acids is real hero. They are not only the building blocks, it is for the body, it is also the building blocks for neurotransmitters, which is the communication message for our body related to metabolism and mood. Okay, so protein is ideally needed for 10 to 15%. If there is a lack of 2 amino acids in our body, it will not give enough synthesized respective neurotransmitters. So we may get low mood or aggression. Very commonly we see in women that they lack protein, or they overtake in one meal and they eat very imbalanced in the next meal. So this type of protein imbalance is also a reason for mood swings and aggression and agitated. So how about fat? Just before madam has given a very brief thing about fat. Yes, despite all the bad rapports, the low fat consumption is always associated with increased level of depression. So what it is very important we have to understand is we have to have a proper education on good fat and bad fat and how much to consume and how to consume. Why? Because fat is the one, brain is the one of the very important organ which has highest level of lipids. Brain lipids are composed of fatty acids, which are structural components of our membrane, cell membranes. So the gray matters contains 50% of fatty acids that are polyunsaturated, with 33% of them belonging to omega-3 family. Studies are proving that diets which are high in essential fatty acids and low in saturated fat slows the progression of memory loss and also the cognitive problems. Unequal intakes of the omega-3 and omega-6 fats can lead to bipolar mood disorders, premenstrual dysphoric disorders, anxiety, and depression. So it is all about fat. There is a table which states about what are the foods to be like linked with the neurotransmitter deficiency, and they say that it is acetylcholine which is very much deficient. In that case, it leads to deterioration in memory, imagination, and even it causes confusion and forgetfulness. And very important are serotonin, dopamine, and GABA, which are leading to low mood, difficulty in sleeping, and lacking of joy or depression, lack of drive, and even to poor self-esteem and anxiety. So when we talk about the major nutrients, we have to and must to address one important person: high fat, high sugar, high salt, HFSS, which is a very common usage in these world. This is nothing but junk foods. Junk foods are very, very high in calories and fat and sugar and salt, but they provide very little or no protein, vitamin, and mineral sources. What happens in the run of achieving our goals? We, not only women, we children also in our society is continuously running behind that, following our dreams and achieving our goals. Where do we compromise? Is nothing but our food. We are compromising our eating habits because of mainly due to ignorance or negligence. We always say that this food is more important than my goals or dreams. Yes, a healthy food habit is very important to achieve our goals and dreams. If not, it will topple our metabolism. So most people are falling prey for another important thing is commercial formulas or commercial packets claiming that they are adding the fortified nutrients to your biscuits or chocolates or sugars or drinks. But unfortunately, our body is not observing most of those things. And studies are continuously pointing that the intake of more instant processed foods and untimely eating habits or behaviors are negatively impacting on the cognitive functions like memory, concentration, attention, and it is really leading to the fatigue, impaired decision-making skills, and it slows down the reaction time. This is going to be the greater concern for and challenge for our next generation on their mental health. So when we talk about the major nutrients, the very thing is micronutrients or minor nutrients. People always think that because it is minor nutrients, it is not very important. But unfortunately, these minor nutrients and minerals plays a very important role in our mental health, especially iron, iodine, folate, vitamin E, and calcium are very important markers for our mental health. Again, there is a slide which shows that deficiency of vitamin B1 leads to poor concentration, B3 depression, B5 poor memory, B6 irritability, B12 leads to confusion, poor memory, and psychosis too. Vitamin C and vitamin D are largely associated to depression. Even vitamin D deficiency is leading to suicidal thoughts and suicides. Folic acid deficiency, which is always least bothered along with iron deficiency in women. This is causing the anxiety and depressive psychosis. Magnesium deficiency or leading to irritability, insomnia, and depression. Selenium, again, irritability, anger, and zinc is leading to confusion and lack of appetite and lack of motivation. So again, I have made a very simple slide on poor nutrition mimics mental health condition. Very important is procrastination, because today we are seeing a lot more of people who want to like dream big and achieve. They have a lot of strategies to do work wonders, but unfortunately they couldn't. On every next day morning, the timetable just stands on their wall. This called as procrastinating behavior. Mainly this is because of the deficiency. Almost 9 out of my 10 clients, or when they are procrastinating, their vitamin D levels are very less. Actually, they are deficient. It is less than 10 in most of my cases. Vitamin D, iron, and folate deficiency leads to procrastinating behavior. And folate and vitamin A deficiency is leading to fear and anxiety. Serotonin and amino acids, moods, and emotional issues. Iron and iodine deficiency is causing stress in adolescence. And iron, vitamin D, and vitamin A is causing poor life skills, like resilience is totally collapsed. And vitamin K and very low carbs are causing panic attacks. This is always confused with even hypothyroidism condition or even iron deficiency. But even while people on very low carbs are getting panic attacks, vitamin D, A, and iron deficiency are the leading cause of depression. And low protein, vitamins, and mineral deficiency altogether leads to dementia. And vitamin and mineral deficiency, micronutrient deficiencies are leading to cognitive decline. And vitamin D, as I earlier mentioned, is the main culprit for suicidal thoughts. So back to Reva. Like in the first intervention, we understood that she is very much low in her biochemical parameters. So we have started with her eating patterns, dietary advice were given, lifestyle modification were given, and her sleep time was regulated. And mindful eating and dietary chart were prescribed for her. And we have even given the procrastination and interpersonal behaviors were counseled to cognitive behavioral therapy. And for improving her self-esteem and improving her lower mood, we have put her on yoga and art therapy exercises. So what is the key message I want to convey today is nutrition matters in our mental health. Optimizing nutrition is a safe and viable way in prevention and development and management of the mental health disorders such as depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, ADHD, and dementia. And while treating neurological and cognitive behavioral issues like ADHD, also nutrition or autism, also nutritional status should be addressed and must be addressed first. And education about right eating habits since the childhood help a person to have an ideal and healthy lifestyle and healthy mental state too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your informative session. We are happy to have you here today. Next, I would like to continue with our next keynote speaker, Dr. Geeta Seth, health coach and nutritionist. Geeta Seth, nutritionist and dietitian, Indonesia. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for having me here. Though I would not be personally able to say who all are here, so I would just generally like to welcome everyone and thank a lot for this. So basically, I live into a practical dietitian mode because, because where I'm staying in Indonesia, we don't have much of much of study around, and so we only go through the practical experiences. I would like to share my screen. Ideally, I would like to present myself only on the practical basis of my clients. I would not like to go as the book knowledge because it doesn't go with us here. So thank you so much. I would like to again how to ensure proper nutrition in the plant-based diet. I would like to talk about it in a very short manner. Ideally, what do you know about plant-forward eating patterns, foods? On foods from plants such as we have nuts, seeds, oils, whole grains, legumes, and other fruits and vegetables. We are aware of these plant-based diets, which each of them are extremely, extremely important and are full of nutrition. Instead of talking about the things which are present in the market, when we directly talk about and we go for plant-based diets in our clients, it really helps a lot. So, well, it does not mean that one is vegetarian and cannot eat meats, etc. It simply means one has chosen a healthier lifestyle. So, in randomized clinical trials, it is shown that it reduces the risk of metabolism syndrome. Friends, metabolism syndrome has really proved to be a very big villain when it comes to our clients, when it comes to health all over the worldwide, because they can give you heart attacks, diabetes, and certain cancers. In fact, we have recently seen that type 2 diabetes is on the uphill only because people do not concentrate on plant diets. Now, plant-based diets also help in depression, frailty in elders, and along with better mental and physical health, as Madam spoke just before me. Definitely, when you have plant-based diets, we have less bouts of depression, less bouts of suicidal tendencies and other such mental disorders which really give a depressive and other kinds of things. In fact, I have recently treated 3 of my patients who have the habit of procrastination. They just came to me for the diet, and I simply put them on a plant-based diet, and all 3 of them were showing good. They are on a good result regime, not fully okay, but yes, they are much better. Now, it has been proved by science that the inflammation that can turn into silent killer, which contributes to, of course, cardiovascular and different diseases. So, do you know what is inflammation? Even a little fever is actually inflammation in the body. Little pains and aches are also a part of inflammation in the body, which we generally like to, many a times we like to don't look at it. We generally like to, not give so much of importance, but even a low grade inflammation matters, and it can, rise up to different diseases, which in initial stage, everybody ignores. Everybody means everybody. There's a small inflammation, they don't care. There is any pain, they don't care. Little fever, they just take paracetamol and they are fine. But this is the rise of inflammation in the body, and then it works in a very negative way. So the sad fact concluded by the Harvard Medical School is that 3 out of 5 people die from diseases linked to inflammation. Wow, that's a very bad and big number. For just simple inflammation can lead you to these diseases, and again, they are the cause of major reasons of death around the country everywhere.
Dr.
The chronic inflammation poses threats to health and well-being, as we know.
Dr.
Food
Geeta?
and good lifestyle can protect one from these conditions. How
Excuse me,
simple
ma'am.
is that? Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Like your slides are not moving, so that's the reason I'm interrupting you.
Oh, I thought they all are moving.
No, ma'am. Actually, kindly stop sharing and reshare the screen, please. Now it's moving.
Do you want me to stop sharing the screen?
Oh, reshare it, ma'am. Like one stop sharing and reshare it so that the slides will move.
Wait, I'll just do it. I'm so sorry for this.
No issues, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, kindly tap on enable editing so that your slides will be moved.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Hold on, please.
Okay, please.
Sorry for this, but I'm resharing it. Please let me know.
Okay, ma'am.
Can it be seen now?
Yes, ma'am. Kindly move the slides.
Can you see the?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see the slides moving?
Yes, ma'am. It's moving. Thank you.
Okay.
So
So I'm
sorry
sorry for this, please. Yeah. Okay. So today, as we spoke about the plant-based diet, I just wanted to say in short that these plant-forward eating habits of plant diet they are actually, basically seeds, oils, whole grains, fruits, and vegetables. Well, it does not mean that a vegetarian cannot have non-veg or etc. It simply means that one is choosing the healthier lifestyle. Can you see the slides?
Yes,
Are they
ma'am.
changing?
Yes, ma'am, they are changing.
Okay. So plant-based diets, as we spoke, they are actually helpful when it comes to depression, mental health, and different mental problems. It is proved. Just a minute, sorry. So it has been proved by science that low-grade inflammation that can turn into a silent killer, which contributes to cardiovascular diseases, type 2 diabetes, brain stroke, etc., and certain cancers and other conditions. It's very important when it comes to these plant diets because they actually help a lot. The sad fact concluded by the Harvard Medical School is that 3 out of 5 people die from diseases linked to inflammation. As I told you that this is a very sad wow number, that so many deaths happen only due to inflammation linked diseases. And guess what? Only turning into a plant-based diet regime can help us in all of this. The chronic inflammation that poses threat to the health and well-being, food and good lifestyle can protect one from these conditions. How easy is that? How easy is that we can actually treat all these chronic inflammations and different diseases only by coming into a plant-based diet? They offer necessary protein, carbs, fats, vitamins, minerals for optimum health, and often they are higher in phytonutrients and fiber. Now, the good fat derived from the plant-based diets like olives, olive oils, nuts, and nut butters, seeds, avocados, which are healthy choices, are all anti-inflammatory. For example, the breakfast choices such as oatmeal, quinoa, buckwheat, barley, along with nuts and fresh fruits are filling. They are filling and keep the satiety level up. What I have seen in my clients is that when I give them any such breakfast, it's really filling and the whole day can easily go, giving them the weight loss they really want to look forward to. But there's only a small thing that some vegetarians, they rely on processed foods because they are vegetarians and they say they are using plant-based diet. But those, as we call it, junk food also, they are high in fats, sugars, calories, sodiums, and they may not eat fruits, vegetables, whole grains, calcium-rich foods, thus missing out all these nutrients. They might say they are on a plant-based diet, but we have to see that when the plant-based diet is such, it is not going to be helpful. In fact, it's going to give us a very negative impact. The only thing is that a restrictive plant-based diet needs special attention to calcium and vitamin D. For example, calcium is on the green leafy vegetables. So we need a large number of such foods to come to the calcium requirement of the day, which is not possible. Vitamin B12 always is very, very less available in our plant-based diets. So we have to rely on other sources. Same goes for omega-3 fatty acids. We might find them in some nuts and seeds, but the amount is so less that it's not sufficient for our body to carry on with it. Same goes for iron and zinc, although iron and zinc are present in the different vegetables and fruits, but they again do not suffice. So, we have to rely, a plant-based diet might not provide the above nutrients completely, true, but partially. So a person who follows only a plant-based diet either takes them from non-vegetarian sources or takes them in the form of supplement. This we have to make sure. If we don't make sure, then we definitely lack all these nutrients, and then it definitely impacts our health in a negative way. So the plant-based diet is healthy and anti-inflammatory, but it needs these important nutrients. We must take care when we are on a plant-based diet to take these nutrients, as I told you, either from supplements or from the non-vegetarian sources. Thank you. Ensure that we get all these nutrients. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your informative session. Next, I would like to move on to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Garima Upadhyay, Associate Professor, Department of Home Science, Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Constituent College of Banaras Hindu University, India. Ma'am, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's really a privilege for me to be part of this international conference. And kindly allow me to share my slides.
Just give us a moment, ma'am. Dr. Geeta Seth, kindly stop sharing your screen, please. Dr. Garima?
Yeah.
Now you could share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. My talk today will be based on the traditional food practices and its effect in recent days. We talk of sustainable development, and sustainable development cannot be achieved unless and until we are able to promote such lifestyle through traditional food practices prevalent in different parts of the world. Also, in the pandemic era, the pandemic attack of coronavirus has compelled us to think about health and immunity. Practicing a healthy diet regime and opting healthy food practices will definitely be protective and will have its preventive role. And since ages, traditional diet is scientific and has immunity boosting approaches. And Indian food with variety and diversity becomes one of the most wholesome food in the world with lots of health benefits. We see that the traditional Indian food has the dietary guidelines based on the physiological condition, and it takes into consideration the seasonal variations. So we find that the new concepts that are part of today's research, they are inculcated in our traditional food practices, like the concept of superfood. And one of the example I like to mention that the government of India had declared 2018 as the National Year of Millets, and now year 2023 is declared as International Year of Millets by United Nations on a proposal of India with the aim to create awareness about the health benefits of millets. And these were millets, the nutri-cereals were part of the traditional food practices. So eating practices which involve everyday aspects and the way of preparation and consumption of the food, and they have different socio-cultural aspects, and they can be health friendly. This is the definition of traditional food products according to FAO. Traditional food products are expressions of culture and lifestyle resulting from the local climatic, agricultural, and economic conditions that determine production and processing practices. As a consequence, the traditional nature of a product is based on collective heritage and is linked to a specific territory, although it is transmitted by migration of individuals or populations. So today the talk will be focused on three main points: prevalent Indian traditional food practices, traditional diet not only therapeutic but also preventive, and the ancient wisdom is validated by modern research. So the common prevalent practices are: first one is cooking in earthen utensils and different types of vessels. So this incorporated different types of minerals in the diet like calcium, iron, magnesium, and cooking the food items in a clay pot made the food alkaline. And today we find the deadly disease cancer is so widespread. So when the food is cooked in clay pot, it becomes alkaline and the pH of the food is balanced. So it can help in prevention of cancer. Other is we had the practice of no stocking up of prepared foods. Even today, it is found that the microbial growth is maximum after the 4 hours of cooking the food. Earlier, we had no ready-to-eat food products or frozen food products. So the incidence of non-communicable diseases were very low. And today, in the ready-to-eat food products and frozen food products, we have cheap fillers, flavor enhancers, extra sugar, salt, and fat, and that promote non-communicable diseases. One other very common practice is eating food with hands. When we put food in a mouth through hand, the 5 fingers form a different together form a mudra. Mudra is a yogic position which activates the sensory organs that helps to keep the life or the pran in balance. And the digestion of the food is also digestion is proper, because when the hands touch the food, the brain sends the signal to the body to release the digestive juices. And this is one of the probable reason why foods taste better and the digestion is better when eating foods with hands. When we see the Indian thali, there is a concept of thali in traditional food practices. The mixing of the food. In every meal, there is mixing of vegetables, pulses, yogurt, grains. This mixing optimizes the intake of critical nutrients. Because even in the incomplete plant proteins, some have essential amino acids. So mixing proteins from different plant sources in the same meal, as is done in most of the traditional cuisines across region, makes the dietary protein intake complete to boost health. For example, when we see the grains are deficient in amino acid lysine, while legumes and pulses do not have methionine, but combining these food sources provide balanced meal. The other point, we can see that the traditional Indian diet is not only therapeutic, but also it is preventive. In the modern research, we talk of functional diet. Apart from providing nutritional benefit, the traditional diet is curative also. Current view that food can have an expanded role that goes well beyond providing a source of nutrients truly applies to many traditional Indian foods. In fact, traditional diet is functional because it is rich in antioxidants, dietary fiber, and probiotics, which are essential for promoting health and immunity. And we see that the various processes used in traditional food practices like germination, sprouting, malting, they further intensify the functional properties of the food. Gastronomic calendar. In the traditional food habit, we had gastronomic calendar. India is divided into 6 seasons. Like we can see that Vasant, the spring, is from mid-March to mid-May, Grishma, summer, mid-May to July, and monsoon, mid-July to mid-September. And accordingly, the different 6 tastes are divided. These are called Shad-ras. And every season, the different types of taste are preferable and they are suitable for the body. So traditional diet suggests consuming seasonal foods because seasonal foods are tasty. It also reduces carbon footprint and it is suitable for the physiological needs of the body. And these seasonal foods have high nutritional value. For example, if we go through the review the researches, it is found that antioxidant level in cruciferous vegetables such as broccoli, cabbage, and Brussels sprouts have been shown to be reduced by 7 to 46% after stored for just 1 week at 1 degree centigrade. Similarly, the antioxidant content of cherries tend to decrease with storage at cool temperatures. So the seasons determine that what we should eat in a particular season. This is because the Agni or the digestive fire is stronger during winter, and for food preferable in winter are sweets, are salty, as they are considered warm, because most of the traditional dietary principles are based on Ayurveda. Today, our country is becoming a diabetes capital. But if we go through the traditional food practices, we find that there are ways to manage diabetes. There are ways to manage diabetes in our traditional diet. Traditional ways to lower glycemic index and improve the nutritive value of rice-based meal. Using hand-pounded rice, using parboiled rice instead of polished, using old rice, squeezing lemon or adding tamarind to rice, combining rice with protein sources like pulses, vegetables, meat, poultry, adding ghee or nuts and seeds in moderate amount, and combining rice with a variety of vegetable as a part of mixed meal. Similarly, we can have lower glycemic index and improve the sugar level by using flour, wheat flour, using whole wheat flour, broken wheat and larger grit semolina, adding grated or pureed vegetables, leafy vegetables, herbs and spices, kneading whole wheat flour with yogurt, whey, milk, stuffing the chapati or paratha made from the whole wheat with protein sources such as egg, cottage cheese, pulses and vegetables, and adding fat in moderate amounts. If we look at the recent researches, these ancient wisdoms are validated by modern research, and one of the important research topic today is chrononutrition, is an integral part of metabolism, pancreatic function and hormone secretion. How the timing of the day and eating most calories and carbohydrates at lunchtime and early afternoon, or avoiding late afternoon dinner, and keeping consistent number of daily diets, and relative time of eating, these all play a very important role in maintaining the metabolism and the insulin levels. So, why when you eat is as important as what you eat. This chrononutrition refers to the body's daily food intake with the coordination of the food intake with the daily rhythm, and it is gaining much more importance in these days, and it is an emerging area of research. So the upcoming researchers can go through or opt this topic for their research, that how the chrononutrition or how the daily rhythms are involved in lipid and glucose metabolism, and how they are regulated according to the circadian cycles. These are the factors which have come upon by the research, that the biological and environmental factors affecting postprandial hyperglycemia. The other one is one of the most upcoming topic and most often discussed is intermittent fasting. The fasting tradition is age old in Indian tradition, but we have now several dietary schemes available, such as fasting regimes or intermittent fasting. Evidences are accumulating that eating in a 6-hour period and fasting for 18 hours can trigger a metabolism, and these are the factors how the metabolism is affected. So it is vital to know the importance of good nutrition and good habits of our own tradition, staple food, seasonal food, region specific, and their effect on the body. And we must appreciate the science and scientific approach behind the traditional cuisines. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Next, I would like to invite our next keynote speaker, Dr. Lee Sing Wee, Associate Professor, Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. So, please.
So I think I have sent the recording, video recording.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Thank you. Have a nice day to everyone. My name is Lee Seong Wei. Currently is a associate professor from Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan. So today I would like to present my topic is about the recent advance of sustainable agriculture antimicrobial agents, phytobiotics application in carp farming. So carp farming is a popular aquaculture activity that provide affordable protein sources and job opportunities to many people worldwide. As carp farming intensifying, farmers face major issues such as rising feed costs and excessive antibiotic usage. Thus, there is an urgent need to explore alternative resources to ensure sustainability of carp farming industry. One of the promising resources is phytobiotics that possess various properties benefit for carp production. Furthermore, most of phytobiotics are derived from agricultural waste that is abundant and cheap, but some phytobiotics are produced commercially and available in the market. The main topics of today is highlight the sources, characteristics of phytobiotics, the usefulness of phytobiotics in improving growth performance, feed utilization efficiency, antioxidant activity, safety and health of carps against diseases. Furthermore, the recent methods of administrations of phytobiotics such as through feeding, buffing, and intrapreneurial injection in carp farming will be discussed in this topic. Carp, along tilapia and shrimp, are the main aquaculture species that make up 50% of the total world aquaculture production in 2018. The first carp farming was recorded since 2,500 years ago and continues to be cultured in 123 countries today, with 28.9 million tons productions, with the value around 61.6 billion US dollar in 2018. The common carp production alone exceeds 4,000 tons, or 7.7 world total aquaculture production in 2018. China has remained the leading carp producer in the world since 1997, with 5.7 million tons of carp production in 2018, followed by India and Bangladesh. The major carp species farmed worldwide are grass carp, silver carp, common carp, behead carp, and cutler. Furthermore, carp production is expected to increase in the coming years due to the rising global market demands. However, there are several issues in carp farming. They have limited the expansion of carp production. Carp is a huge. Uh, there are several issues in carp farming. Carp farming is susceptible to huge loss due to disease outbreak. When carp production is affected, it, it will lead to loss of income and employment among farmers. Traditionally, fish farmers depend on antibiotics to mitigate disease outbreaks, but these practices have led to over-reliance and antibiotic resistance of pathogenic bacteria in aquaculture sites. Therefore, it is essential to identify alternative antimicrobial agents for aquaculture species health management. In addition, many European countries have banned aquaculture products containing antibiotic residue. Phytobiotics is a potential solution in improving aquaculture species health and function while minimizing antibiotics dependence. Carp farming has also become increasingly expensive due to the rising cost of conventional raw materials for feed formulation. Feed ingredients such as soybean meal, fish meal price continue to rise since these conventional raw materials are also utilized in feed formulation of other livestock. Thus, an alternative to the current raw materials for feed formulation is urgently needed to maintain the cost of carp production and ensure the stability and sustainability of the carp farming industry. Currently, farmers are looking at phytobiotics as an alternative resource to conventional raw materials for carp farming for safe and sustainable carp production. So, what is phytobiotics? Phytobiotics is referred to the plant extract derived biotic compounds, whole plant, or part of a plant utilization as feed additive or raw material for feed formulation to improve livestock production. Feeding, intrapreneurial injection, and buff injection are available options to deliver these polysaccharides to the fish. Various studies have revealed the potential of phytobiotics in improving carp performance, feed utilization, antioxidant activity, innate immune response, and carp health against disease. where we will further discuss in this topic. So, phytobiotics are also referred to a group of plant-based of products or compounds that can benefit animal farming, including human. Phytobiotics can be found naturally and abundant in vegetable, fruit, herb, legume, and essential oil. They can be used whole plant or extract their bioactive compounds such as phenolic compounds, carotenoid, alkaloid, and many more. The presence of bioactive compound in the phytobiotic will determine the characters of uh, phytobiotics. For example, the presence of phenolic compounds in phytobiotic can contribute antioxidant property of phytobiotic. Besides, phytobiotics were reported to possess other huge characteristics uh, such as anti-inflammation and also antimicrobial. Therefore, phytobiotics were widely used in animal production as growth promoter and prophylactic agent to increase animal production. So next we will discuss on the role of phytobiotic in carp in improving carp growth performance. Phytobiotic is a growth promoter and a protein replacement for conventional raw materials like fish and soybean meal. These plant-based materials positively impact the gut microflora and encourage digestive enzyme secretions. For example, phytobiotics include rapeseed, defect rubber seed meal, and a combination of rapeseed and cholera meal. These alternative and protein-rich feedstuffs can help reduce operational costs in carp farming by using as fish meal protein replacement in fish feed formulation. However, not all plant-based products are beneficial in fish farming. Fish feed high in starch content has adverse effects on fish growth performance. For example, as reported by Tan et al., report that the fish feed has with high starch concentration negatively affect growth performance of gibel carp. Gibel carp is one of the goldfish. Thus, fish farmer must select the appropriate plant-based products such as phytobiotics for their aquaculture species. Many studies reported on the roles of probiotics in enhancing growth performance. For example, like a Lin and al. Claim that fish feed consisting of 40% of wheat meal could promote fish growth since it is rich in amino acid of leucine. Meanwhile, amycinin and Firo revealed that the supplement with bacillus ethanoic extract could improve the growth performance of common carp, Cyprinus carpio. In addition, other phytobiotics that positively influence aquaculture species growth performance are fenugreek seed meal, baked palm seed extract, cholera, juniper berry, white button mushroom powder, curcumin, wheat meal. Moreover, certain phytobiotics such as fenugreek seed meal exhibit additional benefits by reducing stress and improving growth performance. On the top of that, phytobiotics such as fenugreek seed meal, cholera, juniper, berry oil, curcumin are abundant, making them accessible to most farmers. So next topic we will discuss on the role of phytobiotics in promoting carp feed utilization efficiency. Feed utilization efficiency is crucial in determining successful carp farming. Phytobiotic application improve nutrient availability and digestibility, contributing to enhanced feed conversion and protein synthesis. Various phytobiotics like oregano essential oil, curcumin, grape flower, and others essential oil are easily applicable in carp farming. Nevertheless, these phytobiotics are only useful when the aquaculture species' nutritional requirements are fulfilled. High feed utilization efficiency will result in a low feed conversion rate, or known as FCR, thus boosting the income of a carp farmer. So the next topic we will discuss on the roles of phytobiotics in enhancing carp antioxidant activity. Numerous studies have revealed the potential of phytobiotics in enhancing antioxidant activity in carp. Antioxidants are essential for protection against free radicals and oxidative stress. Moreover, some phytobiotics are inexpensive in the market, making them accessible to most carp farmers. Example, phytobiotics that promote antioxidant in carp are cholera. Second is garlic. Third one is almond. Then the fourth one is grape flower. Nonetheless, inadequate resources and the high processing costs of the current technology are limitations to the phytobiotic application in carp farming. So next we will discuss another two subtopics: the role of phytobiotics in activating an innate immune response in carps, and also antioxidant activity of phytobiotics. Like higher vertebrate, the fish immune system consists of two components. One is inner immunity and one is an adaptive immunity. The first line of defense in fish is innate immunity during the pathogenic infection. In aquaculture, the most reliable disease management is through immunostimulant administration. Some photobiotics act as immunostimulants and promote antioxidant activity in carps, but do not contribute to their growth performance. For example, like a puree, they reveal the common carp, Cyprinus carpio, receive oat leaf extracts and medicated feed for 60 days. 60 days can enhance antioxidant activity and promote their immune system, but did not influence carp growth rate. Generally, phytobiotics with high antioxidant property can stimulate the fish immune system. Some phytobiotics are low cost and easy to access, such as garlic, grape flower, almond, and turmeric powder, which can be used to boost carp immune response and increase fish production. However, certain plant-based products must be processed before they can be used as an aquaculture feed additive, such as guava leaf and dry lemon peel. These agriculture wastes are subjected to drying and converted into powder form before being used as photobiotic to enhance immune system of carp. So next topic we will discuss on the antioxidant activity of phytobiotics. Plant-based phytobiotics are rich in antioxidants with different total antioxidant capacity, which will determine the potential of the plant as a source of antioxidants. Bioactive compounds such as phenols, phenolic acid, tannin, lignin, determine the plant's total antioxidant capacity. Many scientific approach has been developed to quantify the total antioxidant capacity of plant extract. The main attraction of phytobiotics is their abundance and low cost, making them a source of antioxidant feed additive for aquaculture to enhance aquaculture species health and production. Nevertheless, uh, fish farmers prefer non-toxic material for their aquaculture species. High antioxidant activity at low dosage and inexpensive fish feed formulation. So next topic, we will discuss on the role of phytobiotics in stimulating carbs health against disease. So motor aromatous septicemia (MAS) caused by Aromonas hydrophila and spring viremia of carp virus are two diseases that pose a major threat and lead to significant economic loss in carp farming. Various studies have attempted the search for potential treatments or photobiotics against these diseases. Traditionally, fish farmers use antibiotics in carp farming health management, but a recent discovery suggested phytobiotics as potential antimicrobial agent to stimulate carp resistance against diseases such as MAS and SVCV. Furthermore, some of the proposed phytobiotics are commercially available in the market, thus highly accessible to fish farmers to be applied instantly in their farm to prevent disease outbreak. For example, potential of phytobiotic against diseases garlic, Herbum sativum, Tapioca, spirulina, and curcumin. Other phytobiotics were also found effective in disease control but not readily available in the market. So based on the literature survey, only one study of using dipping to expose phytobiotics to carp species. Although the study showed promising results, but it is not practiced to use in a large scale such as in earthen pond. Hence, exposure of phytobiotics to carp fish via feeding is the most cost-effective way. So next topic we'll discuss phytobiotics combination with other supplements for disease resistance and growth rate improvement of carps. Currently, studies on synergistic effects of phytobiotics with other supplements are still leaking. Today, only one synergistic study has been conducted on fermented uh, astragalus and lactobacillus in chromatic common carp Cyprinus carpio growth performance. Therefore, more synergetic study involving phytobiotics with other supplements should be carried out to enhance carp farming production in the future. So last or not least, we come to the conclusion and recommendation. The study of application of phytobiotics in carp are well documented in the literature. Phytobiotics are abundant and inexpensive where some can be found from agricultural waste and some are commercially available in the market. Phytobiotics were found can help to improve growth performance of carp farming as protein source replacement and serve as prebiotic to increase digestibility of the fish. This will reduce reliance on conventional protein sources such as fish meal and soybean meal in carp farming. Recent studies will reveal the huge potential of phytobiotics in modulating immune system and resistance of carp to against various diseases. The novel findings show phytobiotics are ready to alternate antibiotics as prophylactic agent in carp farming health management. Application this less ecological footprint prophylactic agent in carp farming can gain confidence of consumer to the aquaculture product. However, Dosage and duration effect will the problem in any administration of phytobiotic in carp farming. Different dosage and duration of phytobiotic application in carp farming will generated variable results. Besides, experimental condition and the sources of phytobiotic may also play roles in determining the effectiveness of phytobiotics in carp farming. The administrations of phytobiotic in carp farming can be applied through orally intrapenetraral injection of buffing. Although intrapenetraral method and buffing was found more effective, but the method need high-level works. Hence, most of the study recommended using phytobiotics as feed additive in carp farming. Furthermore, oral administration of phytobiotic is non-stressful method, practical and suitable to all sizes of fish. In conclusion, phytobiotics are rich in nutrients and bioactive compounds that help promote fish growth, digestibility, antioxidant activities, immunity, and resistance to diseases. Thus, this plant-based feed is a promising raw material for future aquaculture. However, most of the phytobiotics are derived from agriculture waste. Thus, utilization these materials improve agriculture management and sustainability. Further study need to be carried out on the potential phytobiotic by screening their toxicity as prerequisite for their application in carp farming in order to produce database on appropriate dosage as a dosage guideline to carp fish farmer. So that's all for today. So thank you for listening. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable words. I thank all the keynote speakers for taking out time in their busy schedules and giving their valuable information to all the participants.
पड़ी हैं अपने ही काम में।
We will start our technical sessions by sharp 12 o'clock. I request all the participants kindly join the breakout rooms which we have allocated. Kindly join the breakout rooms. If you have any queries regarding how to join the breakout rooms, kindly let us know in the chat box. Thank you. All the participants you could see at the down bottom breakout rooms, it's mentioned. As per the agenda which has shared to you, kindly join the breakout room. I guess every participant are using the laptop or else computers. At down bottom, you could see breakout room or else more option. From more option, you could find out breakout rooms. From that, join the breakout room which is allocated to you as per the agenda. Either Hall A, Hall B, Hall C, Hall D. If it's mentioned as main hall, kindly stay in this room itself. Thank you. I repeat, every participant kindly join the respective breakout rooms, either Hall A, Hall B, Hall C, Hall D. If you are into the main hall, kindly stay here.
Hello. I see. I see. ठीक है.
If your presentations are on the other day, if you want to listen any of the participants' presentations, you could listen either in main hall, Hall A, Hall B, Hall C, Hall D. Participants, to find the allotment, kindly refer the agenda which have been shared to your respective mail IDs or WhatsApp. Agenda has been mailed to your respective mail IDs and your respective WhatsApp number. I welcome all the participants for the technical session. I would like to welcome the session chairs of Main Hall, Professor Mrs. Vijay Kadar, former Dean, Acharya Nagarjuna Ranga, Agriculture University, India. Dr. Raghunathan M.R., Visiting Professor from Padma Shri Institute of Management and Science, former Principal Scientist, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, India. Sir and ma'am, with your permission, could we start the session, please?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
You want to say something or can I start?
Just
maybe
start.
perhaps welcome to all the participants. I am Dr. Raghunath, one of the co-chairs. I would like to invite all the participants slated in this present session. Kindly note that previous session has finished absolutely on time, and therefore we have a full freedom of giving all the allotted time to the participants. However, kindly make sure that you finish your presentations within the limit, within the allotted time to you. Thank you very much. Could you please ask the first participant to present the paper?
1 minute, please, Raghunath.
Yeah.
Let me say a few words, okay?
Please, madam.
Good morning to everyone. I welcome my co-chair, Dr. Raghunath, and I would like to thank Roshni and Ramya for giving me an opportunity, especially to chair such an important session in the, you can just say, the 5th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. Food and nutrition is very, very important. Everyone is talking about that one. We have to really take care about the food security and nutrition security and health security. In today's what you can just say session, there are total 20 presenters are there. 18 are the oral presentation and 2 are the e-posters. But the time given for the oral presentation is only the 10 minutes, and for the poster it is a 5 minutes. So I request all the participants to please maintain the timings because it is going to be evaluated. So please pay attention as far as your presentation is concerned, and not only that, giving of your summary as well as the results in such a sort of the prescribed manner within that time. I wish you all good luck. Now we can start with the first presenter.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your brief introductions and the rules saying out. As ma'am and sir suggested, kindly wind up your session in 10 minutes. To see for oral presentation, only 8 minutes time for presenting and 2 minutes for questionnaire. And for e-poster, 4 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for questionnaire. I request all the participants be ready with your presentations. Thank you. So now, first, I would like to call upon our first presenter, oral presentation by Neelam Lahari from Bagtula University, India, on a topic of impact of vitamin D deficiency on uterine histology in female albino mice musculus. Dr. Neelam, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, respected delegates. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
May I share my screen, ma'am?
Sure.
Ma'am, I can't open my PPT because you cannot open a whiteboard when.
Please don't open a whiteboard. You'll see a separate screen, share screen at the bottom of the screen. So kindly use the share screen option to share your presentation.
Roshni, I hope you are maintaining the timings.
Yes,
the recording of the timings, please. Okay.
Sorry, sir, this is not the open.
Share screen icon is in the bottom of your screen.
Yes, sir, I will.
Yeah, use that.
Sorry, sir, this is the problem.
Maybe we'll move on to the second speaker. Meanwhile, this will be.
That's a good idea.
Yes,
Roshni,
yes,
please
sir.
call on the second speaker.
Okay, sir. Next presentation is oral presentation by Kiriti Baraskar from Bagtula University, India, on a topic of protective effect of gallic acid against high-fat diet-induced ovarian oxidative stress in female mice musculus.
Ma'am, I'm facing the same problem. Like it is showing you can't start a screen sharing while collaborating on a whiteboard.
Okay, just give us a moment, please.
And maybe you have to permit them to share it, I think.
Kindly try to share now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
yes.
good. Yes.
Please.
Okay, so good morning, all of you, all the judges. Myself, Kirti Baraskar, and I'm here for the today's presentation. The topic of my presentation is about the protective effect of gallic acid against the high-fat diet-induced ovarian oxidative stress in female mice musculus. So here we begins with, first of all, what type of nutrient that we take, it decides our health. Like dietary fats are very important, and in how much amount we are consuming it, it is very important from health point of view. If there is a disbalance between storage of fat in our body and oxidation, it may lead to some kind of metabolic syndrome like obesity and other related diseases. Saturated fatty acid and a trans fatty acid, it always elevates the LDL, that is low density lipoprotein cholesterol. And if we talk about the unsaturated fatty acid, then it elevates HDL, which is considered as a good cholesterol, and it decreases the total cholesterol of the body. Unsaturated fatty acids can be further classified into MUFA and PUFA, and PUFA are further into omega-3 and 6, which are considered as a very essential fatty acids from health point of view. If we talk about the previous studies and a previous data, it is considered that according to Chai et al., 1/3 of a population is now categorized as a obese with the prevalence of women and old age people. But if we go through the World Obesity Report, it is considered that 38 millions of children below 5 years are obese, 340 millions of adolescents and 650 millions of adults are obese. If we go through the World Obesity Report, then in India itself by 2030, it is predicted that about 70 millions of adults will be in obese category.
Your slides are not moving.
Okay, ma'am. Now is it?
We are in this first title itself.
Okay.
Please switch to the slide presentation mode.
Now is it moving now?
Yeah, now it is okay. Fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So if we talk about body mass index is basically the characterization of obesity. If we see, if person is having 30 to 40, 34.9 BMI, that it is considered in an obese category. And if it is more than 35, then it is considered as an extremely obese person. I hope my slides are moving.
Yes, it's moving. It's okay. Carry
on. So if we talk about high fat diet, what high fat diet actually do? I'm talking about the mechanism. So high fat diet increase the accumulation of adipocyte, then it increase the it generate the adiposity signals. This adiposity signal affects our HPG axis. What it do? This adiposity signals affect our hypothalamus and pituitary, and at the same time, it cause oxidative stress in our reproductive tissue. So because of this oxidative stress in the ovary, it may lead to altered histology, altered morphology. It altered the ovarian hormone, and this ovarian hormone, like estrogen and progesterone, gives the feedback mechanism, and ultimately it influences the hypothalamus and pituitary. And in this way, these alter the gonadotropin level. Now, the antidote which I have chosen here is a gallic acid. What does gallic acid do? Gallic acid is a common phytophenolic compound which is found in grapes, avocado, tea, mango, blackcurrant, mulberry, etc. It is a second metabolic product which follows the cyclic acid pathway. If we talk about what kind of property it possesses, then it is much beneficial from the health point of view. It reduces on the oxidative stress, it works in dyslipidemia, anti-angiogenesis, anti-inflammatory, anti-obesity, antioxidant, and many more. Now, what are the objective of my study? I want to see the impact of gallic acid on high-fat diet-induced oxidative stress in an ovary, inflammatory factor, gonadotropin, ovarian hormone, folliculogenesis, and histomorphological variations. So about the experimental design, I have used musculus mice of 15 plus minus grams, and animal which I have used here is was divided into 4 groups, 6 animal each. The chemical which I have used for this experiment is a research diet D12492, which is a 60% high fat diet. And antidote I have used here is a gallic acid. The dose of gallic acid which I have used is 50 mg per kg body weight. I have given this dose by the means of oral cavage, dissolve and distill water. And these were the 4 group: control, high fat diet plus gallic acid, and gallic acid group. Now at the end of the experiment, the mice were sacrificed by the cervical dislocation. Now these are my results. So what I have found here is, under the influence of high fat diet has decreased down the follicle stimulating hormone, and it has enhanced the level of LH, that is luteinizing hormone. Now upon administration of gallic acid has normalized the FSH level and has normalized the LH level in a female mice mus musculus. If I talk about the ovarian hormone, so under the influence of a high fat diet, the ovarian hormone, that is estrogen and progesterone, has significantly increased, but gallic acid has again normalized it up to somewhat control. So next, if we talk about adiponectin is inversely linked with obesity, and it is a hormone which is secreted by adipocyte. So its level get decreased in obesity. So upon administration of gallic acid has improved the adiponectin. And if we talk about the inflammatory marker, which is a main marker in obesity, that is interleukin 6, its level is quite high in the case of high fat diet. But about administration of gallic acid, it has reduced the level of this inflammatory marker. Now, my main result, antioxidant level. Now, you can see here, this is SOD, this pink represent SOD, this is a cat, and this is a GPX. This is the main high fat diet group. What I have found here is that in the case of high fat diet, the level of GPX, SOD, and CAT was significantly low. But gallic acid has improved it up to the mark like SOD, and then CAT, and then this is GPX. So somewhat gallic acid, which is also considered as a strong anti-oxidative agent, it has improved the antioxidant level in the female mice ovary. Now these are the histological section of the ovary, TS of the ovary. Here you can see there are the 4 group: control, high fat diet, and gallic acid group. Now this is the control, and this is my antidote group. Here you can see there are variety of follicles present, like primordial follicle, secondary follicle. These are the secondary follicle. This is a Graafian follicle, and this is the ovulatory follicle. But I can see here the clear-cut difference in a high-fat diet group, that in high-fat diet group, number of corpus luteum were more in number. On the other hand, if we see the secondary follicles, the secondary follicle were also more, means there were the dominance of corpus luteum and dominance of secondary follicle in the high-fat diet group. But number of primordial and a Graafian follicle was totally reduced. So in this way, the high-fat diet has affected the ovarian morphology and ovarian histomorphology. On the other hand, if I talk about high-fat diet plus gallic acid group, here you can see the restoration of the follicle as well as the size of follicles was also like a control. Means gallic acid has reduced the impact of high-fat diet in the case of ovary. Now coming to the conclusion. So what conclusion I have drawn here from this experiment? So conclusion is, this high-fat diet is actually affected or promoted the fat accumulation. Due to more and more fat accumulation, it has increased the oxidative stress and it has increased the insulin resistance. Now what they did, they suppressed the level of adiponectin, and low level of adiponectin is directly related with the infertility, disturbed follicogenesis. Folliculogenesis means the formation of follicles, affected sterogenesis and ovulatory dysfunction. Yes, ma'am?
No, please continue.
I'm just concluding. Okay, I'm concluding. So what this gallic acid did in my experiment, on the first hand, it stopped the oxidative stress And secondly, it has promoted the adipocyte differentiation, because of which there was a significant increase in adiponectin level, which ultimately improve or enhance the reproductive pathophysiology associated with the obesity. Now, these are the references. Thank you. Any questions?
A quick question. I hope you can hear me. Would you expect the similar kind of results for high-fat diets for male rats also?
Yes, so the papers which I have gone through, so they are the similar kind of result I have observed in the case of male testes, and most of the studies were on rat. So I have chosen this female mice for that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, perhaps we can revert back to the first
speaker.
presentation. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kirti. I would like to continue with Dr. Neelam Lahari.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Kindly share your screen.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. May I start, ma'am?
True.
Good
Please.
afternoon, everyone.
Please switch to presentation mode.
Oh. May I start, sir?
You can start, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I present my presentation on the topic impact of vitamin D deficiency on uterine histology in female albino mice mus musculus. So I am working my PhD work in Barkatullah University under the supervisor Professor Binoy Kumar Srivastav. So in today's time, there is so many problems with the nutritional problem by the vitamin D deficiency. Everyone faced this problem in that time because of the so many kinds of reasons. That's like eating habits, exposure of sunlight, and environmental conditions. The vitamin D is considered as a hormone rather than vitamin because it is synthesized by the skin in the presence of UVB 290 to 350 nanometer wavelength. It is mostly promoting the bone mineralization and the calcium and phosphorus homeostasis because of the many of the tissues, specific receptors present in our body. Reproductive tissues also include the vitamin D receptors and vitamin D metabolizing agents, enzymes. It is also involved in the infertility. This is the main common problem in that time. VDR is expressed in the both human and animal ovarian tissue, endometrium, fallopian epithelial cells, residuals, and placenta throughout the female reproductive system. This is the biosynthesis of vitamin D by the sunlight, 7-dehydrocholesterol. Then it is converted into the vitamin D3, and it is go into the liver, and it is converted 25 hydroxy vitamin D by the in the presence of 25 hydroxylase enzyme, and then it is go through the kidneys and converted into 125 dihydroxy vitamin D by in the presence of 1 hydroxylase enzyme, and this is the targeted organs in the human body, testes, placenta, uterus, ovaries, and other impact in the reproduction. So the vitamin D classification is mostly 3 types: severe deficiency, moderate deficiency, and mild deficiency. Severe deficiency less than 5 nanogram per ml. So today's my research objectives to evaluate the gonadotrophin level in the deficient condition, examine the vitamin D affects female reproductive system, and study histological changes in uterus due to the lack of vitamin D. This is my experimental design or study plan. I have 18 animals and divided into 3 groups: control group, supplement group, and deficient group. Control group have a standard diet for 90 days. Supplement group have 1000 IU per kg body weight for 90 days. And deficient diet is vitamin D deficient diet, freely accessible for 90 days. This is my result for my research. Biochemical estimation, calcium and phosphorus. Calcium level is increased in the supplement condition and decrease in the deficient condition. Same result shown in the phosphorus. Phosphorus level increase, quietly increase in the supplement condition, not in the significant level, but in the deficient condition, it is decreased in the significant level. This is the hormone estimation, most importantly in the FSH and LH gonadotropin. In a deficient condition, it is increased, significantly increased, but in the non-significant level in supplement condition. Same here, the LH level is increased in the deficient condition and no non-significant level in supplement condition. This is my histopathological analysis of uterus. All of you seen the difference, clearly difference in the uterine control uterus, supplement uterus, and deficient uterus. Deficient uterus shown uterine hypoplasia with endometrium narrow lumen. Narrow lumen with reduction of folds and uterine glands as compared with the control and supplement animals. And vitamin D supplement animals show wide lumen endometrium and normal uterine glands. This is also seen in between supplement group. Slide not changed. So impact of vitamin D in human body, mostly reproductive system. In ovary, it is enhance the stereogenesis, follicogenesis. PCOS to a positive effect on metabolism. Vitamin D also impact in the uterus, endometrium, successful implantation, endometriosis reduced, and fertility improve in the condition of IVF, and placenta also maintained by the vitamin D. So this is my conclusion of the research. So our result revealed that vitamin D is important for female reproduction, and it has positive effect of female fertility, as indicated in my results, difference between control, supplement, and deficient group. Recent research also strongly imply that vitamin D is implicated in female reproduction. So today's my aim is this study to spread awareness about among the people regarding to the importance of vitamin D for health issues related with the reproduction. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Lahiri. Are there
Yes,
any
sir?
questions? Are there any questions by participants? Do you see anything in the chats?
Neelam, I got one question, Amma.
Yes, ma'am.
See, the sample size is too small, no? Only you have used 6 rats per group. To
Yes,
have
ma'am.
the statistical analysis, at least minimum, you should have the 10. That is one question. Another one is what species of the rat you have used?
Ma'am, I was used female mice mus musculus, albino female mice mus musculus.
Acha, female mice you have used. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And why you have taken such a small group?
Because, ma'am, availability. Because of the lack of availability, ma'am.
What, the animal availability or your laboratory facilities availability?
No, ma'am. Facilities are available, but the animal not provide for the more animal in the for research, ma'am. Yes, obviously.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Roshni, probably we could go to the next
Yes,
presenter.
sir. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Ms. Neetu Patel from Braktula University, India, on a topic of effect of thymoquinone on hematological alteration in female albinomycosis musculus exposed to potassium bromate.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly share your screen, please.
Am I visible, ma'am?
No, not yet. Yes, now.
Now it is okay.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. My research topic is the effect of thymoquinone on hematological alteration in
Please go to
female.
the.
Yes,
Sorry
ma'am.
for interruption. Please go to the slide.
Yeah. Okay, sir. My name is Neetu Patel. I am a research scholar in Barkatullah University, Bhopal. My supervisor is Dr. Renu Srivastav, Assistant Professor, Zoology Department, Sri Satya Sai College for Women, Bhopal. And my co-supervisor is Professor Vinoy Kumar Srivastav, Eggs, Dean, Faculty of Life Science and Head of the Department of Bioscience, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. My research title is Effect of Thymoquinone on Hematological Alteration in Female Mice Musculus Exposed to Potassium Bromate. So, introduction. Potassium bromate. Potassium bromate is a potassium salt, also known as bromic acid. It is found in white crystal or granule form. Its melting point is 370 degrees Celsius. Its molecular weight is 167 gram per mole. And it is a strong oxidizing agent commonly found in cheese, baking of white bread, bun, pav, pizza bread. Also in cheese production, beer making, commonly added to fish paste also. It is uses as a it is a strong oxidizing agent and it causes oxidative stress. Many previous reports have documented that KBRO3 can induce multiple organ toxicity.
Slide is not moving. Slide is not moving. Slide
not
please.
moving, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually, it's showing in my side.
No.
You have to switch to slideshow mode. Then it will change.
Ma'am, it is a sir. It is a slideshow from beginning. I started it.
Full screen. You make it.
Ma'am, it is in full screen.
Okay, Ms. Neetu, kindly stop sharing and reshare your presentation so you could.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
It is visible, but
Okay, now reshare it.
But it is visible, ma'am?
Not yet.
No.
But it is. Now, ma'am.
Okay, but it is back in the same mode.
8 minutes. Now, is it visible? In
Visible,
full
but
screen?
It is visible, but it's not moving. You are in the introduction only.
Now moving?
No.
No.
But it is moving in my side.
You are in the second slide itself.
Yes, ma'am. It is first slide, then it is second slide.
Introduction, second slide.
Okay. Ma'am, it is showing now?
Still you are in the second slide only. It's showing.
Third slide? Ma'am, it is third slide.
Third slide has not come.
Not come.
No.
But in my side it is.
Ms. Neetu, kindly before sharing the screen,
yes, ma'am.
keep it Keep it as a presentation mode and then share the screen so that it would be easy for you.
Okay, ma'am.
Perhaps the rest of the presenters could also take a cue from this. Have your presentations already loaded and then ready to go?
Yeah, now it has moved. You have come into the third slide.
Yes.
Ma'am, now visible?
Now it is correct. Please go to
Okay.
the next slides.
Okay, thank you, sir. But not movable, sir, in my side. Okay. Now.
Now it is okay.
Now it's
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Potassium bromate. Potassium bromate is a potassium salt, also known as bromic acid. It is found in white crystal or granule form. Its melting point is 370 degrees Celsius and its molecular weight is 167 gram per mole. Commonly
You have
used as
already completed this one. You just move on to the next one. Otherwise, you will be losing your time.
Okay, ma'am. Many previous reports have documented that KBRO3 can induce multiple organ toxicity. Yes, ma'am. Multiple organ toxicity. Organs are nervous system, kidney, lungs, nose, throat, irritation in eyes in humans and experimental animals. There are so many reports which indicate that potassium bromate is carcinogenic and harmful for human and experimental animals. That's why IARC classified as its class 2B carcinogenic. It is responsible for genotoxic, carcinogenicity, and other toxic effects. Thymoquinone, it's my antidote. I used it as an antidote. It is the main constituent of volatile oil obtained from Neisseria sativa seeds and has various pharmacological effects. Thymoquinone is a strong antioxidant. It protects several organs against oxidative damage induced by free radical generating agents. Thymoquinone acts as a scavenger of superoxide hydroxyl radical and singulate molecular oxygen. Antioxidant substances enhance antioxidant enzyme activities, which are involved in the defense system against free radical mediated tissue or cellular damage. It is the mechanism behind how thymoquinone works in cells and molecular level. So when it comes to oxidative stress, it reduces the concentration of alanine transminase, total bilirubin, aspartate transaminase, and total protein. And it is also enhance the concentration of antioxidant enzymes such as superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase. When it comes to anti-inflammatory effect of thymoquinone, so how it works? It lowered serum interleukin 1 beta level and oxidative stress index and enhanced the total antioxidant capacity. My research objectives is to observe hematological and biological alterations in female mice musculus with a special reference to potassium bromate and its antidote thymoquinone. So how potassium bromate and thymoquinone work? So it is my experimental design. What is the methodology? Methodology is I use female mice musculus. Weight is 20 to 25 gram used for experiment. I divided an animal into 4 groups. First group is control group, fed with a standard diet for 30 days and water and live item. Second group fed with KBRO3, 100 mg per kg KBRO3 and in distilled water for 30 days. When it comes to third group fed with KBRO3 plus TQ, 100 mg per kg KBRO3 along with 20 mg per kg TQ in third group for 30 days. When it comes to fourth group is my antidote group, completely pure antidote group. It fed with 20 mg per kg of body weight thymoquinone for 30 days. When it comes to result, it is my result in graph form. WBC reduces just because of potassium bromate. When it comes to thymoquinone, it enhances the value of WBC. My figure indicates significant decrease in total RBC count, total WBC count, platelet counts, and hemoglobin level of KBRO3 treated group as compared to control group. Whereas KBRO3 treated with thymoquinone, so we showed that in significant increase in total RBC count, total WBC count, and platelets count, and also enhance the HP level with respect to KBRO3 group. When it comes to oxidative stress, because potassium bromate is a strong oxidizing agent, and thymoquinone is a strong antioxidant agent. So when we see the results, so we can see significant difference when it comes to GPX level, SOD activity, and CAT activity. So we shows illustrate effect of KBRO3 and KBRO3 plus TQ on antioxidant activity. When compared to the control group, KBRO3 group showed a substantial decrease in antioxidant enzyme activity, just like SOD, CAT, and GPX. However, we discovered a substantial increase in SOD, CAT, and GPX activity in KBRO3 plus TQ treatment group. So it proved that it is a strong antioxidant. And conclusion, thymoquinone increased the hematological parameters. Thymoquinone decreased the oxidative stress in mice. It is available in market in capsulated form and tablet form, and it is also used as like a spices form. It is present in our daily life like kalonji, black seed, black cumin. It is a native name of Neisseria sativa name. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions by the participants? If not, I have a small question or rather a clarification for you. When we deal with potassium bromate or any other oxidative agent used in food processing, we have to take a note that when used in food processing, the potassium bromate or any other oxidative agent would already react with many of the food components. So
Yes.
Administering potassium bromate in the pure form directly into the diet has much probably different result than if it is incorporated during food processing. Maybe we just, for example, you're kneading the dough for making
Yes.
rotis. So there would have a different kind of effect rather than when you directly administer that to the intestine. So kindly make note of that in your future research.
Okay, sir.
Neetu,
Yes, ma'am.
are you going to suggest any of the future research activities on this aspect? Or are you going to conclude, yes, this is going to be well fitted for the food processing industry or maybe the human health?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it is banned in many countries, but just because of it is cheap and easily available, that's why used in market just for improving the dough quality and any other quality, and it is very cheap product. When it comes to it, it's alternate ascorbic acid, but it is a high in price. That's why people are not using easily. There are so many studies I read about it that people used it, and it is also found in it is banned in India also, but in many bakeries it is used it.
See, Dr. Raghunathan has already mentioned about it, the application in the food processing. It
Yes,
will
ma'am.
have its own separate reaction, okay? Please make a note of that one and then proceed, or maybe when people are taking the further research, you can consider that point also.
Perhaps,
Yes,
perhaps the residual potassium bromate concentration would
Yeah.
be a more valid index.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Can we move on to the next presenter, paper number 4?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Neetu. Next, oral presentation by Ayub Khan from Banaras Hindu University, India, on a topic of dietary practices associated obesity and risk of myocardial infarction and stroke, an interventional study in rural India.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
I.
you are. Yes, you are.
To all of you, myself Ayub Khan, research scholar in Department of Community Medicine, Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras Hindu University. I am going to present my research work entitled as Dietary Practices Associated Obesity and Risk of Myocardial Infarction and Stroke, an Intervention Study in Rural India, co-authored by Professor Harishankar.
Mr. Khan, could you please switch to presentation mode? That would make your screen a bit more bigger.
Okay.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Introduction. As we know that myocardial infarction and stroke are the two leading causes of disability adjusted life year in India. If the present trend is maintained in 2025, NCD will account for 85% of global burden of disease. Thus, this study aimed to assess the prevalence of 10-year risk of myocardial infarction and stroke in relation with dietary practices. A community-based interventional study was conducted in Varanasi district of Uttar Pradesh, India, in which all the population of age 40 years and above of both genders were included. The sample size was calculated as 2000 by using the prevalence of diabetes 12.7% and design effect of 1.5 with the non-response rate of 10%. The final sample size calculated as 2000. After that, one block was selected as an intervention block in which 564 participants were selected as an intervention group and other 564 participants were kept as control group. And finally, after 1 year of follow-up, inland data were collected. These are the results. The table shows that the overall prevalence of MI and stroke was increased from 24.8% to 31.9% among non-intervention group, while it was decreased from 29.1% to 27% in intervention group due to lifestyle modification. The prevalence of overweight was increased among both intervention and non-intervention group, while the prevalence of obesity was decreased in both intervention and non-intervention group. Also, nearly 59.6% of individuals take fruits in their diet. Despite the fact, only 10% of the ate fruits at least 5 days in each week. Every member of study population ate veggies at least once a day, with 46% eating them twice. Conclusion of the study: on the basis of above findings, it is concluded that healthy dietary habits, regular exercises, avoidance of smoking and alcohol use can be shown in reduction of prevalence of obesity and hence the risk of myocardial infarction and stroke in next 10 years. These are the differences. Thank you very much.
Roshni, please see that side talks are there. Lot of disturbances are there.
Somebody is switched
Yeah.
off.
I think they are in the, maybe, I don't know.
Hello, ma'am.
Mr. Khan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I think you went through your slides too fast, so we didn't have a time to appreciate your work. Nevertheless, you have brought us forward in time. So we have a lot more time for other people. Thank you for your study. May I know what was the kind of lifestyle changes that you recommended to the intervention group?
Sir, we have given intervention of like healthy dietary habits, regular exercise, and avoidance of smoking and alcohol use by giving direct modular training to each individual of the intervention group.
Okay. At the end of the study, were you able to find out if they had really followed the diet or how many deviated from the lifestyle changes?
Yeah, yes, sir. Actually, the prevalence of like smoking was decreased from 28% to nearly half, 14% in intervention group, while it was increased in non-intervention group, nearly 7%. Also, the prevalence of overweight was also decreased in intervention group due to lifestyle modification.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I think somebody is speaking or we are getting crossover talk from another hall.
Crossover talk, I think, from the other session we are hearing.
Yes, sir, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Okay, sir, welcome.
Roshni, could you please switch on, invite the next speaker?
Yes, sir. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Dr. Anmita Pathak from Yogic Diets, India, on a topic of role of probiotics in obesity.
Okay.
Dr. Anmita Pathak.
Does she?
Dr. Anumita? I guess
she's absent, I think.
She's in the hall, ma'am, but she's not speaking.
Oh, yeah, finally, yeah, Anumita Pathak.
Yeah.
Dr. Pathak, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Dr. Anumita, actually, your voice is not audible.
Hello, am I audible to you now?
You are audible.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Kindly share your screen and start presenting.
Actually, I haven't prepared any PPTs. It was an oral presentation, so I thought I can present orally only. So apologies for that. Very good afternoon, sir and ma'am, and all the team members and conference presenters and all the conference delegates. Anyways, so my topic is probiotics. Role of probiotics in obesity. Anyways, India is very rich in prebiotic and probiotic. Not only India, overall, internationally, it is a very prevalent topic since COVID. So, role of probiotics in obesity. My study was studies over the past years on the role of probiotic and gut bacteria in control of obesity have provided us the basis of prevention of obesity and overweight. Yes, probiotics are the live organisms that, when introduced in the specific numbers, can alter your gut health, preceded by weight management. People with obesity tend to have, it's seen, people with obesity tend to have less diverse gut bacteria than lean people. What's more, those with obesity who have less diverse gut bacteria tend to gain more weight than people with obesity who have more diverse gut bacteria. Secondly, some animal studies also shown that when gut bacteria from mice with obesity were transplanted into the guts of lean mice, the lean mice developed obesity too. Thirdly, it has seen probiotics may also fight obesity in other ways, including releasing appetite regulating hormones. It's a very prevalent study. Probiotics may release the appetite reducing hormone glucagon like peptide and peptide PYY. Increased levels of these hormones may help you burn more calories and fat. Fourth, increasing levels of fat regulating proteins. Probiotics may increase levels of protein, angiopoietin like 4, ANGPHTL4. This may lead to decreased fat storage. So probiotics can reduce weight too with the good bacterial culture by increasing BMR, and this may lead to less fat storage in your body. Thank you so much.
Very short and sweet.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
See, even when it is an oral
Thank you
presentation also,
That's a very
nowadays,
nice of you.
nowadays everyone is using a PowerPoint, and you have really challenged it without the PowerPoint.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Actually, I am sitting in a hospital and I am
Oh.
taking OPDs also. That's why.
Just conclude. Just
Okay.
take 1 or 2 sentences. What you want to say exactly, please. Conclude your topic. Repeat once.
I would like to
Whatever you
say
have
in
concluded, yeah.
conclusion,
Conclusion. What is
ma'am,
it?
ma'am, your voice is
Okay, now.
ma'am, your
Now.
Mm.
Okay.
Yes,
See,
I can hear you now.
I want you to give your strong conclusion points in 1 or 2 sentences. That's all.
Everyone must take probiotic and prebiotic in any form. If you have lactose intolerant, then go for kanji water, kimchi, and all. And yes, prebiotic is also important, not only probiotic. As you are go with aging, so your bacteria culture will go less in your gut. So you must take probiotics. It's important. It's important for your weight loss. It is important for you to feel good. It is important for you to increase immunity and for overall development of you.
Okay.
To Kotak, I have a small question.
Yes.
There was a bit of a controversy as to if the following a probiotic or a prebiotic diet, the intestinal microflora do not last in their altered state for long. They come inevitably back to the original status of the microflora. Have you have remarks to make as how you can make that a permanent and of course beneficial?
As such, there is no diet. Probiotic or prebiotic is not any diet, first of all. Yeah. Prebiotic and probiotic are like they must be part of your diet. As we see balanced diet, Indian balanced diet or internationally balanced diet we go through. So what we see, there must be a recipe of curd.
I think in other words, you're advising that.
So there is a no concept of diet. We must include it in the diet.
Okay, it should become a part of your regular
Small
diet
doubt.
rather than yeah. Please, somebody has a doubt.
Hello,
Ma'am, for those who don't take curd, like who don't like to eat curd, for them, what type of probiotic diet can we recommend?
Who do as I heard, who don't who can't take curd, then they can take kimchi, and there are so many probiotics. Like they can take kanji water. They can take other fermented rice products. You can include all those too. Common products are milk and dairy products are only there. And spices. Yes, pickles are also very good source of probiotic.
But you did not.
Yeah, because some people are allergic to curd, so I got a doubt.
I have already explained you. Some spices are very good source of probiotic, so you can take that too. We take in UP, we take rye water. That is also a very good. That is also rice water. So very good probiotic. You can take all those. Why do we go for a very heavy and costly drink for in the name of for the sake of probiotic? It's available. And as we all dietitians recommend, always prefer local.
That's a good point. Are there any other further questions by the participants? In case, thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. And it's a
Thank you.
change to have no slides or anything. Okay.
Thank you so much. Very best wishes to all of you. Yeah, take
Thank
care.
you.
Thank you.
Roshni, could we invite the next speaker?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Anmita Pathak. Next, oral presentation by Professor Bijoy Mukherjee from MIT University, India, on a topic of a brief study on the association of SIBO with hypothyroidism.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah,
Okay.
you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly let me know if my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Please switch to presentation mode, ma'am.
Yes, I have already switched.
Yeah,
So
thank
is
you.
it in the presentation mode?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much, USFN, for giving me this opportunity by selecting the abstract. Well, this study, it's a review study that me and my student, Ms. Juhi Khaitan, we have done it jointly. And here I thought to see an association between the SIBO and hypothyroidism, because me myself being a practicing dietitian also, I've been seeing a lot of IBS patients or patients exhibiting the symptoms of SIBO and IBS who are coming with the hypothyroidism. So I thought to do a little bit of work on it. And regarding that, so with an intention of that, I studied the association between the hypothyroidism and SIBO, which are equally a contributing factor for IBS also. So that was my aims. Now, for the methodology, it being a brief study, 60 published literatures were extensively studied and correlated with the physiological science of the human body in order to establish the association and the relationship between the hypothyroidism and the small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. So we all know that what is hypothyroidism, but still for just as a glance, we can see that when our body is not producing sufficient amount of the thyroid hormones like T3, T4, so at that point of time, the hypothyroidism occurs, and these are the symptoms. That is, there is a cognitive dysfunction, increased body weight, fatigue, coronary heart disease, feeling hungry more than usual, insomnia, and you probably can see that I've highlighted one point, that is a change in bowel movements or the change in bowel habits. Yes, there is a episodes of constipation that a patient witness once they enter or once they start suffering from hypothyroidism, and this change in bowel movement is one of the contributing factor for the SIBO also, that is the small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Well, in the healthy intestinal tract, we have already heard the previous sessions wherein we have seen that why the probiotics are needed, because our body need to have the healthy bacteria also. But when the same intestine gets overloaded with the bacteria which are not very much desired by the body, commonly like the E. coli bacteria, which are very much available in the water, the normal inhygienic water, then the Enterococcus species, the Klebsiella pneumonia, and the Proteus myvelis. So these bacteria, when their count it gets increased in the system, they lead to a condition called SIBO. Basically, the food, we know that it keeps on moving through the small intestine, right? But what happens when the food during the constipation or during the reduced gut motility, when the food gets stagnant in a particular place of the small intestine? So that becomes a very good breeding ground for these bacteria to develop, to multiply, and then they produce a lot of toxins which equally interfere with the absorption of the nutrients. And the breakdown of the products are often associated with the like they are following the bacterial digestion of the food, which basically triggers the diarrhea. So while talking about the SIBO infected intestinal tract, like what are the factors or like how it is happening? So let us see the causes. Hypothyroidism, it also contributes to hypochlorhydria. Hypochlorhydria is a condition wherein there is a reduced gastric acid secretion. Due to lack of the stomach acid, then this lot of bacterial growth takes place. Also in hypothyroidism, there is a slow gastrointestinal transit, which is leading to the gut dysmotility, which I've already explained in the previous slide. That is also one of the contributory factor for the SIBO. Even the subclinical hypothyroidism has been found to be associated with the neuromuscular disorder. The neuromuscular disorders means there is the visceral hypersensitivity of the intestine, they increases, that also creates cramping and all. And this neuromuscular disorders also leads to the low gut motility. Due to that low gut motility, the bacteria and all gets a very good breeding ground for their multiplication. The intestinal structure and all, they also changes. So the symptoms of the SIBO are similar to that of the irritable bowel syndrome. So far it was said that the irritable bowel syndrome is a psychosomatic disease, but then the irritable bowel syndrome has been found to be having SIBO as one of its very strong contributing factor. So when these bacteria, they are releasing their toxins into the intestine, they are creating bloating. That is the reason the hypothyroid patients, they found themselves having a feeling of bloating after having the meal. There is a series of episodes of indigestion, abdominal distension, constipation, diarrhea, unintentional weight loss because of the lack of absorption of the nutrients, and also the abdominal pain. So to study it further, we thought to study like what are the other factors. So we saw that these are the factors which were actually playing a role in the causation of the hypothyroidism and SIBO both. So let us begin with the stress. So with the stress, we have seen that few studies have indicated that acute and repetitive stress were altering the thyroid hormone secretion. The corticosterone hormone, which is the end product of the HPA, that is the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, are activated and strongly regulated by stress. And this has been equally playing a role in hypothalamic pituitary axis regulation also, due to which there was a less of production of the thyroid hormones. So what happens with the stress, the hypothalamus generally starts producing the cortisol releasing hormone, which is then triggering the pituitary. Pituitary is then triggering the release of the ACTH, that is the adrenocorticotropic hormone. And then adrenocorticotropic hormone is thus releasing the cortisol. And this cortisol is basically initiating or triggering the immune response into the body also. And this cortisol is again then impacting the hypothalamus. So it's a vicious cycle, as you can see. So the impact of the stress on HPT axis, if we have to say, so in both ways it is affecting. One is like there is the cortisol release is affecting it is inhibiting the thyroid stimulating hormone. Then the cortisol, it is interfering with the TSH production, and as well as it is doing with the CRH also. Then cortisol is decreasing the conversion of T3 and T4. These are the thyroid hormones we all know. And cortisol is reducing the cell receptor sensitivity to the thyroid hormone also. Lower the thyroid function also increases the cortisol level, but increased cortisol feedback. So there's a feedback mechanism which is going on, which reduces the TSH level, suggesting a positive physiological feedback loop. So stress and SIBO are jointly exhibiting these symptoms, that is, there is a gut dysbiosis, there is a decrease in the gastric acid production, there is an impairment of the GI motility, and there is an increase in the gut membrane permeability. While talking about the gut membrane, impairment of the GI motility and the gut mucosal immunity, so thyroid hormone plays a very pivotal role in the motility of the GI tract. The hypothyroidism, it decreases the movement of the GI tract. Food does not move along in the efficacious manner, and that allows the bacteria to overgrow. Our study was conducted, which showed that the mean esophageal transit time and the gastric emptying time were increased markedly in cases of the hypothyroid patients, but it was causing the gastrointestinal dysfunction. I mean, but the intestinal movement was slowed. Another factor was the bile acid conjugation. So the thyroid reduced.
Professor Bijoy?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Kindly try to conclude your session, please.
Sure. So I'll just talk about the bile acid conjugation. This reduced thyroid hormone activity also reduces the liver cholesterol metabolism, and thus the bile secretion is being affected. This lack of bile also leads to the dysmotility and bacterial overgrowth. Also, thyroid gland, it maintains the functional integrity of the exocrine pancreas in humans. And the decrease in the thyroid hormone also decreases the pancreatic enzyme secretion, which is resulting in SIBO. And another important, though I have been concluding, but just a thought to share this topic, that is the levothyroxine. The oral levothyroxine that often the hypothyroid patients they take up is basically absorbed into the jejunum part of the in the ileum. But because of the SIBO, this absorption of the levothyroxine also gets affected. And if the levothyroxine gets affected, then the thyroid hormones are not getting produced into the body all over again. That is leading to hypothyroidism. And again, this hypothyroidism is leading to SIBO. So it's a vicious cycle. Minerals were of very much important. So these are the minerals. Selenium, iron, and zinc, which has been found to be having a contributory role in prevention of the SIBO. There is a further scope of research, like micronutrients need to be emphasized in the treatment of IBS and SIBO and hypothyroidism, along with lifestyle modification to reduce stress. More research is needed in alternate therapies and allied health sciences, as they have a positive impact on health in metabolism and stress reduction. So to conclude, so the altered GI motility can cause disturbances in the body and the non-GI conditions. Both HP, HPT axis are interlinked and gets affected. Several factors such as stress, dysmotility, bile acid, pancreatic enzyme release, levothyroxine uptake, and minerals are also having a close connection with hypothyroidism and SIBO. And all this together can contribute to the IBS also. So these are the references that were studied. And they're the authors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. I have one small question.
Yes, sir.
Bad bowel movement or slowed bowel, impaired bowel movement. Often a lack of fiber in the diet has been the source of this. Have you found any in your review of literature that a higher fiber in the diet would rather alleviate these kind of SIBO symptoms?
So the thing is, like when there is already a SIBO condition in the body, then in that case, if somebody is taking the higher fiber content, it definitely helps in alleviating the stool from the system. And once the stool and everything is getting elevated out or evacuated out of the system, so that gives a relief. So especially the soluble fiber are to be given, that like the psyllium we have, then we have the pulses and all, which are containing the soluble fiber. The soluble fiber plays a very critical role in reducing the SIBO also, sir. Yes, we have found the papers.
Thank you.
That is the reason now people are really advocating the taking of the millets. Consumption of the millets. Now everyone is talking about that, consume the millets, at least one recipe or two recipes every day in our diet. That is the main reason, because of the fiber content only. That is the millets have been really popularized, or maybe people are really paying a lot of attention to popularize the various types of the recipes out of the millets.
Yes, ma'am. That is the reason why 2023 is the year of millets also.
International year of the millets.
Yes, international year of the millets. And along with being in the high in fiber, they are also very much having good
minerals.
Yeah, minerals and proteins also.
Vitamins also, vitamins also.
And they are also the low GI, so can be given to your diabetic patients also.
Yes. Low glycemic index.
Yes.
So not only that, you see, once upon a time we were using the millets in our diets, but somehow in between, there was a lot of some sort of the decreased consumption of the millets for various reasons. Now it is a sort of the momentum has raised. 2018 has been considered as a national year of the millets. Now 2023 as an international year of the millets.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Roshni, could we go to the next presenter?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bijoya. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Basma Allu on a topic of diet, inflammation, and arthritis, a triangle drama in the body, from Karnataka State Akamadevi Women's University, India.
Is it audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
I am Shantala. Actually, it's a network issue. Just now I joined. So speaker, that is number 4, Shantala P, Kwempu University.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I know your belongs to which hall actually?
Hall D only.
Actually, this is the main hall. Kindly join the hall D from the breakout session.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I guess we didn't have Mr. Basma Allur here, ma'am. Could we continue with the next presentation, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Ms. Vandana from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, on a topic of Varma impact of manner of water intake in the regulation of metabolism and health and Ayurvedic conception.
Roshni, are we having the lunch break or continuing?
We are continuing the session, ma'am.
Acha, okay then.
Okay. Ms. Vandana, kindly share your screen, please.
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, but please switch to the presentation mode.
Yes. My slides are visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, good afternoon to all of you. It's my privilege to be a part of this conference on food and nutrition. Basically, everybody, I am listening from morning all the sessions. So there is much talk on the major nutrients like fat and carbohydrate and micronutrients and all other things. But the water is the important, I can say it is important nutrient and a major part of the body. But it's still, there is a much talk and research about the quality of water and how it impacts the health and disease. But the manner of water is also important, play a role in health and disease. And it is very well described in Ayurveda. So I thought, why not to put all those findings which were observed by Ayurveda physicians and scholars, that how the manner of water intake can influence the pattern of physiology and the pattern of disease. And it is also indicated in management of different diseases also. So the outline, basically outline of my presentation is impact of manner of water intake on metabolism in relation to the meal, and what is the effect of Ushnodak, that is warm water, indications of cold water, restricted intake of water, and lastly conclusion. So as I told that Ayurveda scholars have described very well about the diet and dietetics for optimal nutrition and metabolic health. And they have considered water like as a prana. They have given the synonym word prana, and it is the main factor for vitality. We all can appreciate that if there is a dehydration, so how all the metabolic pattern and physiological systems, they get collapsed. So basically, there are several studies who have examined the overall pattern of water intake and associated factors, the complex mechanism underlying the water homeostasis, and the impact of variation in water consumption on health, energy intake, weight, and human performance and functioning. And there are several observational studies who say that there is a link between chronic diseases and water intake. But still, the adequate water intake is designed to prevent acute, mainly metabolic and functional dehydrational effects. So several non-scientific water intake methods are popular for therapeutic purposes, but still Ayurveda describes many ways that how water can affect health and treat ailments. Impact of manner of water intake on metabolism in relation to meal. It is quoted by great surgeons, also the Vagbhat, a physician of Ayurveda, that if we drink water before meal, it has a weight reduction effect. if we take water during meal, it maintains the weight. And if we want to increase the weight, so there should be intake of water after meal. And there are several studies who is now proving all these effects of water intake in relation to meal. So this is the study effect of pre-meal water consumption on energy intake and satiety in non-obese young adults. So the findings of this study suggest that pre-meal water consumption led to the significant reduction in meal energy intake in young adults, and suggest that pre-meal water consumption may be an effective weight control strategy, although its mechanism is not known. Another study, water consumption increases weight loss during a hypocaloric diet intervention in middle-aged and older adults. So in this study also, they have two groups. One is hypocaloric diet, another group is hypocaloric diet with pre-meal water consumption of 500 ml. They found that the water consumption pre-meal have the more hypocaloric effect than the hypocaloric diet alone. There are other similar studies also which suggest that the water preloading before main meals lead to moderate weight loss. So these are the few studies which suggest it is only about the pre-meal water, and still further studies could be conducted on if we take water with meal and after meal also. Now, quantity of water intake. So again, if there is a dehydration, then we give water as per the osmolality of the plasma. But Ayurveda has again suggested that there are several determining factors that all individuals could not have this need of same quantity of water. So first one is the psychosomatic constitution. In Ayurveda, the whole human population have been categorized on the basis of the predominance of dosh, vata, pitta, and kapha. And recently, the studies have proved that the pitta prakriti persons are high metabolizers, so they have more sweating and they need more water. So all the individuals do not have equal demand of water. So one should take the quantity of water as per the constitution of the body, age already known factor, and status of Agni, means the status of digestion and metabolism. There are seasonal variations, level of physical activity, and different disease conditions. All these have been mentioned in Ayurveda. Now, what is the effect of warm water on metabolism? So basically, this is the verse showing different indications of warm water. So hot water, it stimulates digestion and metabolism, and it recommended in the beginning of meal if there is condition of indigestion, obesity, or there is a poor digestive capacity. Nowadays, for the weight reduction, there are so many remedies on the Google, but it is the authentic verse which is saying that if we take a warm water before meal, it is going to reduce the weight. Indication of warm water in different diseases. So as per Ayurveda, in vata and kapha disorders, it is indicated. If there is a distension of abdomen, pain in flanks, fever, obesity, respiratory disorders, we all have seen the effect of water vapor and hot water in all the seasonal flu conditions. Even in COVID also, we have appreciated this. Common cold, cough, difficulty in breathing, purificatory effect on bladder and kidney. It is called as Vasti Shodhan effect. Having the purification procedures, if somebody has gone through the Panchakarma procedures like vomiting and purgation, so then after Ushna Jal is indicated. And now, what are the properties of boiled water? So it is again very well appreciated by Ayurveda scholars that if we boil the water to reduce 1/4, 1/3, and 1/2 of original quantity, depending on the season and region from where water has been taken. As we all know that the properties of the water differ from region to region. There are several factors which affect the quality of water, its compositional minerals and all these things. So it is well recognized that if the water is boiled and it is reduced, so its property, it gets changed. It becomes easily digestible, it removes fatigue, it is ideal for pitta and kapha dosh disorders. And it is also mentioned that do not keep the boiled water unused. If it is kept for 1 day or 1 night, it loses its property and it becomes sour after digestion, and it elevates the Vat, Pitta and Kapha. It means it is going to further disturb the all physiological or metabolic patterns. So these are the indications regarding water. Now, low water intake and disease association. There is several research observational studies who say that that total body intake reduces the risk of several chronic disorders. So if there is an increased daily total water intake, it reduces the risk of several chronic disorders like kidney stone formation and stone occurrence,
Ms.
as it is
Vandana?
mentioned in Ayurveda Vastishu. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Kindly try to conclude your session, please.
I'm just saying the all references which is mentioned. Application of intake of cold water. So there are few indications regarding the cold water in different diseases in Ayurveda. Different disease conditions, which is very well now in scientific parameters. And to conclude, my purpose of presentation is that there is so much misinformation on the Google, and that how the or the hot water one can use for reducing weight. So in Ayurveda, it is also mentioned if somebody is doing excessive water drinking, it may be harmful also. So everybody cannot go just for the drinking of water irrationally. To research on these different verses and references which I have given, and all these should be basically evaluated on the scientific parameters. My take-home message is being mindfully in accordance with your body's constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Are there any questions for the presenter? If there are no questions, perhaps can you try if the presenter 7 is she available?
A small doubt.
Please go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, can we believe in the Japanese water therapy, which stated that it will cure cancer?
Yes, basically all these things it require very controlled studies, randomized control studies. Yes, definitely. It is proved in bodies that water has the impact on metabolism or in the physiology. So if it is you know, any disease, it is a multifactorial. It is not only the water. So there are several factors. Among them is also in different metabolic functions. Because cancer, it is a multifactorial origin. It is not a single thing which can cure it.
But in kidney stone formation and all those things, water therapy is really advisable, no? Especially when you are having any stone formation in the kidney. People are advising to have this, a lot of water. What do you say for that?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, it is now well known in observational studies. If somebody is having less water intake, or a person is residing in such environmental conditions where sweating is more and water intake is less, so there are chances of stone formation. There are much more chances of stone formation and urinary tract infections. And just by increasing the water intake, we can stop all those. Basically, when there is a stasis, there is a less formation of urine, there is a stasis, and there are chances of crystallization of all those concentrated minerals which are present in the urine. So if we are going to dilute the water, we are stopping the crystallization of minerals which is in the bladder. And hydration therapy is also one proved therapy for removal of a small kind of stones.
Yeah.
So basically, we are stopping the process of formation of a stone, and we are preventing the infections. Infection is one of the important reason for stone formation.
especially the working woman when they go out, lack of the facilities for the urination and all
Yes,
those
yes,
things,
ma'am.
they stop drinking the water. That is the main
Yes.
cause for the formation of the stones. Okay, so that is
Yes,
another
ma'am.
biggest
Yes.
problem in especially in the working woman, especially I tell you. Anyway,
Yeah,
thank you
yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Definitely.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vandana. Next, I would like to continue with the oral presentation by Ms. Archana from Banaras Hindu University, India, on a topic of effect of flax seeds in polycystic ovarian disease as a therapeutic agent. Ms. Archana, are you there?
Yeah, she's here. I would request all
Yes,
the
yes.
participants to keep your presentations ready. Just you have to be able to click and then come on to it. Otherwise, we will lose time in just another things.
Next one.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Archana, PhD scholar, Banaras Hindu University. My topic is effect of flaxseed in polycystic ovarian disease as a therapeutic agent.
I guess there is an
Yes,
issue
yes.
with you while sharing the PPT. If there is no issue, could we continue with your presentation next so that we won't be in a delay?
Yes, ma'am. Introduction. Firstly, I telling.
No, you're not presenting a presentation at all. We are seeing your explorer view.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, 1 minute. See, sir. Screen. हाँ, फिर से जा। शेयर तो हो रही है, देखो शेयर ये दिख रहा है लेकिन पीपीटी
Ms. Yadav, kindly resolve the issue. Meanwhile, Roshni, can we move on to the next speaker?
Yes, sir. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Ms. Neha Maurya from Banaras Hindu University, India, on a topic of impact of nutrition education on adults and pregnancy.
यार नहीं कट गया आप लोग मुंह की अच्छे से
Ms. Yadav, kindly mute your screen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Myself Neha Maurya from the Department of Kriya Sharira, Faculty of Ayurveda, IMS PHU. My presentation topic is impact of nutrition
Neha?
education.
Sorry,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt you. I guess beside you, other person is also using a device. Ask them to mute them or else decrease the volume and start your presentation, please.
my topic is impact of nutrition education on adults in pregnancy. These are contents, introduction, objective, review and discussion, conclusion, references. Nutrition education. It is the science of teaching the individual how to practice proper and correct nutrition in terms of first, knowing the proper nutrition rule, second, knowing the benefits of each nutrient, third, more attention to the quality and quantity of food. Adolescent pregnancy is pregnancy in human female under the age of 20 who can be nutritionally at risk. Adolescents may not have adequate knowledge of nutrition, and their present focused orientation may inhibit them from easily linking current behaviors, example eating poorly, to later outcomes, example obesity, cardiovascular disease. Consequently, there is a need for current evidence Consequently, there is a need for current evidence in describing effective nutrition education intervention for pregnant adolescents. The health of pregnant adolescents in particular contributes to the health of future generation because nutrition status during pregnancy affects the developing fetus, and diet quality is a determinant of maternal and infant health. These are some health and social consequences of adolescent pregnancy. Health consequences. It includes the greater risk of anemia, low birth weight, preterm birth, and maternal and neonatal mortality. Adolescent girls also have high rates of complications from pregnancy, delivery, and unsafe abortion. Social consequences. It includes early school dropout, low empowerment, and risk of remaining poor. Objectives. To reinforce specific nutrition-related practices or behaviors to change habits that contribute to poor health, to minimize the risk of low birth weight, preterm birth, and several neonatal conditions. These are some reviews which I have done. In first finding, this study confirms that adolescent pregnancy poses substantial risk for maternal and infant outcome and emphasizes that these risks are significant even where services during pregnancy are available and assessed. A focus on preventing adolescent pregnancy is imperative while also strengthening health and nutrition services for all pregnant women, whether adults or adolescents. Second, this study tells that improving nutrition habits during pregnancy may also improve birth outcomes and developing eating habits in adolescents. Third, the eating habit of adolescent pregnant women will be encouraging. Therefore, the municipal health authority with the concerned stakeholders would intensify efforts, including nutrition education, to improve food eating habits such as taking snacks in between meals, eating on time, and balanced diet among pregnant adolescents, and reducing adolescent pregnancy in the municipality. Fourth, the purpose of this article is to describe the development of an evidence-based nutrition education program for pregnant adolescents based on Pender's health promotion model. Conclusion. This adolescent pregnancy is hazardous for adolescent health due to the absence of proper guidance and counseling. Pregnancy is an ideal time to improve nutrition in adolescents. A qualitative study should be conducted to identify the factor influencing eating habits among pregnant adolescents. Another survey should be carried out to assess the nutritional status of adolescents using the ABCD assessment tool, anthropometric, biochemical, clinical, and dietary intake. Proper nutrition guidance is required to prevent major complications in young mothers to prevent low birth weight and child mortality. These are some references. Thank you.
Neha?
Yes, ma'am.
See, can you just tell me what are the welfare activities which are really projected towards the pregnant and lactating woman and the preschool children? There are some welfare activities are there.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just name them?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear about ICDS program?
Yes, ma'am. Integrated child development.
And nutrition education is one of the package there, no? Is one of the objective.
Yes,
and especially to distribution of the iron folic acids to the pregnant ladies is one of the national nutrition program to improve the nutrition status of the pregnant and lactating woman.
Yes, ma'am.
You see, you have only reviewed the things and then you have presented. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you have not even touched upon the welfare activities or welfare programs given by the government and what is the impact of that. Because this is a nutrition education is a very, very important component, especially to improve the nutrition status using our local resources or the local produces. Why you have just not even touched upon that one? Because when you are in the field of you are the background with the background of the nutrition.
Yes, ma'am.
But then you should have the knowledge about the welfare programs. What are the welfare programs are going on, especially to improve the nutrition status? Okay, then. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, then.
Otherwise, you can move on to the next candidate.
Could we continue, ma'am?
Yeah, please continue.
Paper number 10 is already done. So,
could we
paper number
continue
11?
with the 9? So, like,
Yeah, please do.
If she is ready, you can continue.
Then we can do that.
Okay. Miss Archana Yadav, are you ready? Miss Archana?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Yeah. Okay, you're
Yes,
audible.
ma'am. I am ready.
Okay, go ahead.
G.
Yeah.
I'm audible. Or
You're audible. Switch to presentation mode, please.
yes, sir. My presentation topic is effect of flaxseed in polycystic ovarian disease as a therapeutic agent. Myself, Archana, PhD scholar, Banaras Hindu University, and first.
Go to slide presentation mode there.
Yes, sir. Firstly,
you see a small icon in the bottom of your screen.
All are in Decathlon pack. This one will. No, we won't show now. We'll keep it here.
Yes, firstly.
Okay. It's all right. Yes.
Firstly, telling about polycystic ovarian disease. Polycystic ovarian disease is an endocrinological female in reproductive disorder affecting approximate 1 in 10 women in their reproductive age. PCOD is a condition where the ovaries release lots of immature or partially mature eggs, which eventually convert into cyst. In this condition, ovary become enlarged and secrete large amount of androgen hormone. And it's PCOD is firstly introduced by the American gynecologist F. Steen and Leventhal in 1935. PCOD is associated with the different reproductive traits, including hyperandrogenism, irregular menstrual cycle, obesity, diabetes mellitus, anovulation, infertility, hirsutism, and acne. And its prevalence rate in worldwide of PCOD 5 to 10%, and in India 6 to 22%. And firstly, I telling about flaxseed. Flaxseed, its scientific name is Linum usitatissimum and a family of Linaceae. Flaxseed is used as a therapeutic agent or non-medical therapy in polycystic ovarian disease. Flaxseed is rich in omega polyunsaturated fatty acids and other bioactive compounds, which include the alpha-linoleic acid and phytoestrogen, lignans, and dietary fiber rich in flaxseed, and which is proven to benefit for the chronic metabolic disease and some other neurological factor. Studies suggest decreased amount of androgen level in the reduction of hirsutism. It's play an important immune regulation, insulin sensitivity, cellular differentiation, and ovulation. Its objective of this study to review the effect of flaxseed in polycystic ovarian disease and to assess the therapeutic effect in various signs and symptoms. Some review of literature I studied. First is Fatme Hadri et al. In 2020. His studies show the flaxseed powder supplementation 30 grams per day among the patient with PCOD for 12 weeks, beneficial effect of insulin metabolism, body composition, and high sensitive C-reactive protein, triglyceride, HDL, high density lipoprotein, and adiponectin and leptin. It's improved in the flaxseed supplementation. And second is Kaling and et al. In 2018, he concluded the conclusion in his study. Flaxseed may be recommended for the treatment of PCOD with insulin resistant as well as high triglyceride and total cholesterol. Ibrahim et al. In 2017, the omega supplementation for the 12-week in women with PCOD significantly improve up insulin resistant and total free testosterone. And some other studies conducted in 2016, Siddika. This study found the dietary polyunsaturated fatty acid may directly affect the metabolism and changes in insulin secretion, and resistance may be secondary. Jameline in 2017, omega supplementation of flaxseed oil and vitamin E for the 12-week, significant improvement in the gene expression. And in this conclusion, I concluded the flaxseed as a herbal medicine can be considered for the management of women with PCOD and hyperandrogenism. Although in this recent clinical trial study, omega-3 supplementation of flaxseed oil in PCOD women for the 12-week had beneficial effect on metabolic status and reduced the inflammation. Omega-3 fatty acid recommended for the treatment of PCOD with numerous complication as well as high total cholesterol and triglyceride. And these are references. And thank you. Hello.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's very short. I understand that this is essentially a review and not done any experimental work on your own. So let me interject a bit of caution into linseed. Linseed, as well as a very rich source of omega-3 fatty acids. It's also pretty highly unsaturated. So
Yes.
one thing that we do not usually pay attention to is the fact that highly unsaturated fatty acids are also highly susceptible to fat oxidation, which we call as auto-oxidation or rancidity. So in case that rancidity compounds accumulate, it will defeat the very purpose of taking such supplements, because that will be oxidized and not very healthy. So especially pay attention to how the linseed or any other such sources stored, and did they do a fat quality study on that before administering? That's just a note of caution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
So I think we have finished paper number 10 already. Can we go to the next one, please?
Yes, sir. Next oral presentation by Ms. Tripti Anand from Banaras Hindu University, India, on a topic of burden of malnutrition on children with cerebral palsy. Tripti Anand, can you have you please?
Hello.
Ms. Anand, please hurry up with the presentation.
Good afternoon. I am Tripti Anand, research scholar in Department of Anatomy, Institute of Medical Science, BHU. I am doing research under supervision of Professor Chandmay Mohanty, Department of Anatomy, IMS, BHU. These are Professor Rajniti Prasad and Professor S.P. Mishra sir is my co-guide. Okay. My topic for the presentation is burden of malnutrition on children with cerebral palsy. Now, the content of my presentation is background, aim of the study, methodology, previous research finding, conclusion, and references. What is cerebral palsy? Cerebral palsy is the commonest neurological disorder of childhood associated with significant motor impairment. It is estimated that 70 million people worldwide have CP. The prevalence arises between 1 to 5 per 1,000 live births in other countries. In India, incidence of CP is about 2 to 4 per 1,000 live birth. Incident are 50 times higher in low birth weight baby. Now, what is these are the definition of cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is a group of permanent disorder of development of movement and posture causing activity limitation. 80% of CP is caused by an in vitro brain injury. 10% occurs around the time of birth. 10% occurs in early childhood. In India, still, perinatal risk factors are the major causes of CP. Okay, now I'm going to explain what is malnutrition. It is a pathological state due to either excess or deficient intake of one or more essential nutrients. There are two types of malnutrition: undernutrition or overnutrition. WHO classification of malnutrition. Weight for height. Low weight for height is known as wasting. Low height for age is known as stunting. And children with low weight for age is known as underweight. These are the risk factors for malnutrition: feeding difficulties, severe disabilities, older age of the child, inadequate energy intake, traumatic dental injuries, and cognitive impairment. These are the risk factors for malnutrition in cerebral palsy. The aim of my review is to review the literature on the assessment of nutritional status and review the literature related to nutritional management in children with cerebral palsy. These are the methodology. Children from below 18 years is selected for this review, and I selected papers from 2010 to 2022. I selected papers from PMC, Scopus, and Google Scholars. Cerebral palsy children is selected, and it compare with group without cerebral palsy. Malnutrition and nutritional deficiencies paper is only selected, and the study design, I selected only observational study. For example, cross-sectional and cohort study and clinical trials are selected. These are some research. These are some previous research conducted in India and other countries. Ria Goel et al. Conducted a cross-sectional study among 15 children with CP, age group from 6 months to 5 years. He found in his study that children with higher GMF-CS level, means gross motor function classification system, dyskinetic type of CP, and those with who have comorbidity like epilepsy had higher incident of malnutrition. Pertha DL et al. Did a research in 2019 among 450 children age group from 0 to 5 years. In his study, he found that severe stunting is higher for developmentally delayed children, about 36% than the normal children, that is 23%. Undernutrition is a major problem with vulnerable children in rural areas suffer from developmental delay. Pertha et al. Did a study in rural areas. Bansode Swarupa did a study in 2018 among 84 children from age group 1 to 12 years. He got that underweight was commonest malnutrition seen in 67%, and in stunting is seen in 52% children. No children was found who is overweight. Wasting was present in 18 children of under 5 years. Hari Prasad et al. Did a study in 2017. It is a hospital-based study in which he got 34 children were severely underweight, and 35 had severe stunting, and 38 children had severe wasting. Micronutrient deficiency were also noted. These are some foreign study. Al-Munif AR et al. Did a study in 2019. In 74 children whose age group from 1 to 10 years. He got that more than half of the children with cerebral palsy were malnourished, as they had Z score below -2 SD in at least one of the 4 indicators. Israt Jahan et al. Did a study in 2019 among 130 children below 18 years. This study is done in Bangladesh. He find that the majority of the children were severely underweight, that is 78%, and severely stunted 85.9%.
I'm sorry to interject, but you have another 2 minutes or 3 minutes, so kindly try to continue.
Okay, sir. And these, okay, I just completed in 2 minutes. John's. Okay, I'm going to conclude my presentation. A high rate of malnutrition in the population has been found in this review. Moreover, this study indicate that some nutritional deficiency are associated with food deficit, and that the socio-economic and age factor of these children may related with poor nutritional outcome. This makes monitoring and personalized nutritional management necessary in accordance with characteristics and particularities of children with CP. Then these are the references of my review paper, and thank you.
Thank you. Sanam, in all those studies that you have shown, how many of those children were actually having or suffering cerebral palsy? You have presented so many of those studies, no?
Yes, sir.
How many of the children were actually affected with cerebral palsy?
Total, are you asking total children or?
From all the studies, did you find like a general association between CP and the
malnutrition? Yes, sir.
That thing has not actually come through your presentation. Yes, you have shown that there is a lot of malnutrition, definitely, but then how many of them are also associated with cerebral palsy?
Actually, only CP children is selected. What are you asking? I'm sorry, I'm not.
I mean, all those children which are presented in the study,
yes, sir.
They were affected with cerebral palsy?
Yes, sir. All children are affected with cerebral palsy. I'm showing that.
Then what about the control group where there was malnutrition but no cerebral palsy?
Control group will be healthy children, or healthy children which have no cerebral palsy. Then CP children is compared with that healthy children.
Okay. You have not actually drawn your conclusions. You have collected a beautiful review. Do you agree with me?
Okay.
Hello? Yes, you have.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening.
You have collected the beautiful information, but you have not correlated actually CP children with malnutrition. Actually, you have already selected CP children with the malnutrition itself. What is the effect of the malnutrition? You have not clarified that one, because malnutrition is very broad terminology. When you talk about the malnutrition, it is undernutrition, overnutrition, micronutrient deficiency also. triple burden malnutrition is existing nowadays. Okay, so you are unable to actually correlate how this malnutrition is actually increasing or decreasing based upon their dietary patterns. That linkage you are just missing. That's what Sari is asking you. You are unable to say you have collected the review, but you are unable to correlate the malnutrition. And malnutrition also, is it a severe malnutrition, malnutrition or under malnutrition? And I'm just telling you, nowadays everyone is talking about the triple burden of the malnutrition. Triple burden means earlier we were talking about only malnutrition, underweight and all those things. Then later it has come into the micronutrient deficiency or the hidden hunger. Now we are talking about the overweight. So these three are the types of the malnutrition. You are unable to correlate your CP with the malnutrition. That is the problem. Okay, try to do it in the next time at least for that one. Okay, try to analyze your studies.
Okay, ma'am.
Relation. Okay, good luck.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
I will. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Ms. Anuja Mohle from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India, on a topic of regressing maternal age and its association with gestational diabetics mellitus.
Afternoon. I can share my slides.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to share. Just a moment. Visible?
Yes, ma'am, your slides are visible, but I guess there is a connectivity issue from your side. Your voice is crackling.
Is it visible?
Your voice is cracking, as she said.
Hello. Okay.
Try to go ahead and see.
Okay. I'll so how do I go about? Shall I start or?
You can start. We'll try to find out how.
I'll start probably if at all it is not. Yeah, let's go ahead and see. Thank you. Yeah, so I am Anuja Mohile and I'm a research scholar at Symbiosis International University and assistant professor of nutrition at Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. My topic for today is
I guess we lost her. Could we continue with the next presentation, sir?
Okay, carry on next one.
Okay, ma'am. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Ms. Pooja Dubey from Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, India, on a topic of anaerogenetic effect of oxytocin to combat obesity and its effect. I guess Anuja.
Ma'am, I'm here. Yeah. Can I continue?
Sure, you are ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's just the network stability. Yeah. So as I was talking, my topic is based on gestation. Hypoglycemia and is one of the most common pregnancy complication that occurs worldwide, as well as the fetus, and is associated with a number of complications like macrosomia, increased morbidity, increased birth weight, and likelihood of developing diabetes in future. Now, advanced maternal age, that is about 30, has always been established as an independent risk for GDM. Apart from advanced maternal age, being overweight
Anuja?
early monarchy
Anuja,
has also been linked as important of the
Miss Anuja?
of GDM and early stage. Aims and objectives are to mainly examine the segment.
Roshni, it's not at all clear, ma.
Okay, ma'am, we will be continuing with the next presentation. I will be informing her.
Okay, please.
Okay, ma'am. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Pooja Dub. Ms. Pooja, kindly share your screen and start presenting, please.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you present here. Am I audible too?
Yes, you carry on.
Okay. Just give me a minute to screen share.
Ms. Pooja, is there any issue?
No, there is no issue. Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Let somebody else present. I'll come. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Your slide is
Am I
visible.
audible?
Metabolic role of oxytocin. So kindly continue the presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you present here. Myself Pooja Dubey, presenting my abstract topic anorexigenic effect of oxytocin to combat obesity and its effect. So the content in between presentation is introduction, objective, need of the study, sample selections, and some about experimental analysis and observations. There are some tests done, that is anthropometry, behavioral and biochemical tests. Explaining about some brief explanation of about introduction. So obesity is derived from Latin word obesus, means having eaten until fat, and we can say it is the second most common cause of preventable death after smoking. About the prevalences, according to the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey data, nearly 1 in 3 adults, 30.7%, are overweight, 42.4% have obesity, and 9.2% have severe obesity, that is 1 in 11 adults. According to the National Center of Health Statistics, age-adjusted obesity prevalences between 1999 to 2000 towards 2017 to 18 has increased in adults from 30.5 to 42.4%. And according to WHO in 2022 data, more than 2 billion adults, that is 39% of the adult global population, were overweight, and BMI, that is BMI with 25 kg per meter square. So oxytocin origin, that is secreted, it's a hormone, neuropeptide hormone that is secreted from the hypothalamus through the pathway of supraoptic nucleus and the paraventricular nucleus. And that's why it's also known as neurohypophysis, because it's secreted from the posterior pituitary and go through the different vital organs. And that's how it decreases adipocytes, increase insulin secretions, and also increase energy expenditures, improve lipid profile, and also decrease obesity. So effect of oxytocin, that is a drug I used, analog drug syntocinon. So I explained the effect of oxytocin on eating behavior and metabolism. So it's circumvent leptin resistance by reducing food intake, elicit weight loss, increasing energy expenditures, and also by promoting lipolysis and oxidations of fats. Low body temperature and visceral fats increase thermoregulations by the energy consumption of 0.6% per capita. Furthermore, it also play a role in glucose and metabolic homeostasis, improving insulin sensitivity. This diagram explain these things with a detail, that is from liver, it increase lipolysis and oxidation of fatty acids. In adipocytes, it decrease leptin receptor signaling and adiponectin. Glucose homeostasis, increase insulin and decrease glucose. beta cell responsivity by the ILS pathway in insulin-like signaling pathway that is responsible for the many food intake activity, metabolism activity, that is functioning by the pancreas, and from the muscle tissues it increases insulin sensitivity and glucose uptake. So, aims and objective to induce and observe effect of high-fat diet in Swiss albino mice. I used the Swiss albino species and to study the observed and ameliorating effect of oxytocin hormone in high-fat diet-induced Swiss albino mice, I mentioned, and study the biochemical changes in HFD-induced obese mice and oxytocin-treated mice. And also the fourth aims is comparative analysis of changes of behavior pattern between oxytocin and HFD-induced obese mice by the behavioral tests that are defined in further slides. So, need of the study, I can mention that this study will be experiment to know the effect of oxytocin to reverse or improve glucose intolerance, dyslipidemia, and weight gain. To investigate oxytocin's contribution to the regulation of eating behavior, as a very few experimental studies are available to show the effect of oxytocin on high-fat diet-induced subjects. It is effective in obesity prevention with its behavioral as well as metabolic changes also. So sample selections, 30 samples were selected in which 6 to 8 weeks of old female mice were included in the study. Random sampling were done in each group, that is each group with n is equal to 6, and ethical consent was also taken. Here's the sample screen for the experiment and data analysis. The finding were analyzed using version 20 SPSS version, pair t-test and the independent t-test were carried out for the experiment analysis. Here's the anthropometric test I have been taken, the length of the mice from nose to anal length, and weight is taken by the electronic balance, and through which I have calculated the BMI of the mice, and in mice 0.6 gram per centimeter square is the benchmark of the obesity. And then after anthropometric test analysis, data is here. The multiple bar graph demonstrated a 10-week BMI data of each group with mean plus standard error, and in which control HFD plus oxytocin, and CHO plus oxytocin data is here. I can say the HFD only data. There is a increasing in fat level, and in comparison to HFD plus oxytocin, peculiarly and interuniversally, it decreases towards HFD in oxytocin, and CHO plus oxytocin and control is about to similar changes in weight. So first biochemical tests were identified in which insulin percentage change. The changes in insulin will be calculated to the percentage from the first week to the another next week, and hence the 10 week of percentage change will be calculated, and the graphical representation is here, in which the green bar, that is linear, is control group, and the red is CHO plus oxytocin, and the blue and light green is HFD plus oxytocin and only HFD. So that's how its glucose percentage change is also mentioned here, in which glucose of CHO plus oxytocin is shooted up till 5th week, and then gradually it's let down, and the graph of control is also increased in 3rd week, 5th week inversely. So chronic given of oxytocin can be here examined, that till 5 to 6 weeks, every data will be increased, and then after it will be gradually decreases, and that's how leptin percentage change is also described here. Leptin is a hormone that is also responsible for food intake behavior. It's a Latin word, Greek word, that is lactose. It means thin. That's how I test biochemical analysis in leptin, and there is a adiponectin percentage change. And
Ms. Pooja?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt you. Kindly wind up your session, please.
Okay, thank you. Here's the cholesterol and triglyceride percentage change, SDL and LDL percentage change, SGPT and SGOT. These are all biochemical parameters are here I have mentioned. And behavioral tests in mice I have done in our department. That is the 3 behavioral tests has been done. Ectophotometer and ectophotometer is to test the easily measured using it operates the photoelectric cell which is connected to the circuits to the counter, and it's count the digital step of the digital counter. It has a digital counter that counts the steps of the mice, and it shows the lethargic behavior of obesity of the mice. And then after, here's the data of the ectophotometer. Then after elevated plasma stress, it's a behavioral test apparatus that is used for measuring anxiety-like behavior, exploratory behavior. It has 2 ends. One is open arms and another is closed arm, in which mice will be given freely surroundings at the center of area, and they were access to all the arms and allowed to move freely between them. Number of entries were measured here, and through which these graphs were described. Elevated plasma stress in open area duration, and this one is closed area duration. And in each 4 group I have mentioned in control, HFD, and these are comparative analysis. And the open field test is also here, that is locomotor activity level and anxiety level and willingness to explore is measured by this test, in which there is a this is also a session of 5 minutes observation, and each animal were placed in the corner of the open field apparatus, and behavior of mice will be determined by the ambulations, rearing, grooming, and defecation also. And from that behavior, here's the chart of ambulations and central area visit, how many times mice visit to the central area. And here's the grooming data. Grooming show the repetitive behavior of the mouse, and rearing are the total number of erect postures of the mouse to show the explore behavior. And to the conclusion of the intraperitoneal administration of conclusion, I can say that the IP oxytocin can be used for the longer duration without any side effect for the treatment of obesity. And it maintains homeostasis in the physiological system, which regulate body weight in female mice. And third conclusion is peripheral oxytocin therapies improves not just social recognition but also object recognition anxiety in HFD fed rats and mice, which includes depressive behavior, exploratory behavior, and depression-like behavior. That's all from my side. Here's the references. Thank you for your attention. Is there any questions? Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Dubey. For a change, we have had an experimental paper, which is quite exciting. I'm sorry I had so much of data to present that perhaps you could have concentrated on a fewer parameters so that you can appreciate the effect of the oxytocin therapy. So would you conclude in total that oxytocin therapy helps obesity, or does it help in the behavioral patterns?
Yes, sir. I can conclude by the biochemical parameters. I can conclude that I have tested the leptin level. Oxytocin and leptin have a singular pathway. Oxytocin stimulates leptin to secrete more and more. If more and more leptin secretes, the body have a signal. Brain have a signals to stop food eating, stops, and it's give the signals to stop feeding and full of satiety, and that's how person needed to lesser food intake, and that's how the first one reason. And second one is obesity. There is a lot of depressive like behavior, anxiety, loneliness, lethargic behavior. That's why I have tested the behavioral test. And after oxytocin, it's also ameliorated the impaired behavior disorders also, as I have mentioned in the data.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pooja, you have done really wonderful work, and it is a very lengthy paper. You would have really cut short this work, taking one aspect or 2 aspects, as Dr. Sir has mentioned about it. Now, are you aware of it that oxytocin is being given to the buffaloes for getting the more of the milk?
It's a help in parturition, ma'am, and also in delivery period for the contractions of the ovaries and so that easily delivery or normal deliveries.
But what is your opinion about the health of the animal? Okay, no doubt we are getting a more amount of the milk secretion. But what about the health of the animal?
It's help about it's also stimulate the I think there is a relation of oxytocin and prolactin hormone.
Yeah.
So that it stimulates the more and more milk secretion. That's why animal were given this injections, I think.
See, one side we are talking about for the beneficial effect, and other side we are talking about another effects also. I'm telling you.
Commercial effect.
Yeah.
I can say.
Commercial, yes, exactly. You are correct. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Bye. Saima.
Thank you, Ms. Pooja.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Please start presenting. Yeah. No.
Good afternoon. Can I present?
Yes, ma'am. Was your internet is stable, ma'am, now?
Yeah, I assume it is stable. I shall try again. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah. So, good afternoon. My name is Anuja Mohile. I'm a research scholar at Symbiosis International University and assistant professor at Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. The topic for today for me is regressing maternal age for increased incidence of gestational diabetes mellitus. Now, gestational diabetes mellitus or GDM is defined as maternal hyperglycemia and is one of the most common pregnancy complication that occurs worldwide. Now, GDM has a huge impact on the mother as well as the fetus and is associated with complications like macrosomia, increased morbidity, increased birth weight, and likelihood of developing diabetes in future. Now, advanced maternal age, that is something above 35, has always been an established and an independent risk factor of GDM. Apart from maternal age, being overweight, early menarche has also been linked as important determinants of incidence of GDM at an early stage of life, that is before 30 or even sometimes at 25. So the aims and objectives for my today's study review is basically that I want to examine the secondary data and have collected that data on the following points, that is increasing incidence of GDM, association of early menarche with GDM, association of obesity or a higher BMI with GDM, and regressing maternal age at which GDM occurs. Now, the review of literature shows that recently in the year 2020, a study was conducted by Elizabeth et al. And in their study, it was seen that the rate of GDM per 100 births was increased by 30% from 2016 to 2020. And a spiking change was something that was observed in the year 2019. There was a change of almost 13%. Another trend that I have cited over here is that which shows that there is a trend of increasing incidence in GDM. I mean, this study was conducted by an international journal of obstetrics and gynecology. The study was conducted in 2017, where they have taken previous studies from 1979 and they have compared it with the current study of 2017. And an absolute increase in the incidence of GDM was something that was observed. The second objective that I wanted to prove was association of early menarche and increased risk of GDM. Petri, C.J. et al. In their systemic review and meta-analysis on the age of menarche and the future risk of GDM showed that the relative risk of GDM increased 2 times in women who reported their age at menarche before 9 years, in comparison to women who attained their menarche at around 13 years or later than that. I mean, here this meta-analysis comprised of 5 different studies which were pulled in together, and every study was showing a similar trend where if the girl child had attained her menarche at around maybe 9 or between 10, the incidence or the risk of GDM was very high in those women in future. The next objective that I was trying to prove is incidence of GDM by age and pre-pregnancy BMI. So this study was conducted very recently in 2020. Now, if we see the graph, what we see is that the women who are above 35, the risk has always been high, irrespective of the BMI, irrespective of age or anything. Whereas if we see at the age younger than 30, the incidence or the incidence of GDM is low, and especially it is low if the BMI is also low. But if we see the BMI increasing, we get to see that the incidence of GDM also starts increasing. And at the age of 30 to 34, which is currently, which is nowadays the age where women may want to have their first child, may conceive for the first time. This is the age where the BMI was very much correlated with the age. That is, if the age was within 30 to 34 and the BMI was slightly higher, there was incidence of GDM which was increasing. The next 2 studies also show the importance of age. I mean, before in the past, in around 2016 and 2018, the studies have shown that the incidence of GDM at 35 to 39 has always been there. It has always been high. 2014 study also shows the same thing. At the same time, 2018 study, the below one, is also showing the same thing. The 25 to 29 is the new population where there is an increasing incidence of GDM. So there are definitely a few factors such as obesity as well as early menarche, which should be correlated, and there is a requirement or there is a need of early screening for the gestational diabetes mellitus. Next, the two charts that I have put over here basically show the same trend, that there is an increasing incidence of gestational diabetes mellitus, essentially from 25 itself. And the Asian group is the one group where the incidence is very prominently seen. The methodology that I used, the published literature from selective electronic databases such as Scopus, PubMed, Medline, or Web of Science or Google Scholar, they all ranging from 1997 to almost the current year, that is 2022, were sourced. And the review was done based on the MESH terms like GDM or early menarche, maternal age, obesity. They all have been applied. Out of the 45 studies screened, 35 were retained based on the MESH terms. And there was a inclusion criteria given, that is, the GDM patients were, wherever the studies where GDM patients were grouped into different age categories were the only ones which were selected. Studies giving mixed data such as pregnant women with existing diabetes or some other comorbidity like hypertension or any other comorbidity, they were simply eliminated. Results that were obtained through the review were conventionally, I mean, gestational diabetes mellitus was always linear with the successive age groups. But the current scenario is that there is a regression in the maternal age at which women could be affected by gestational diabetes mellitus. 10 systematic reviews, 5 retrospective studies explored the epidemiology as well as the demographic differences showing the increased incidence of GDM. Then 10 cross-sectional observational studies showed a proper positive correlation with BMI and GDM. And it was seen that there was an that increased adiposity was linked with increased incidence of GDM regressively. That is, there was an early onset of GDM if there was higher adiposity. Early menarche at or before the age of 9 to 11 years was also linked with increased risk of GDM through various studies. 5 studies of retrospective nature also showed a regression of maternal age at which GDM occurs. To conclude, all the previous studies have considered the age at which the risk increases as 35 to 40 years of age. But the current data is showing progressively increased risk of 25 years of maternal age. It is important that every woman should be screened for GDM irrespective of her age or BMI. One of the strategies to curtail this condition would be a life cycle approach, which we can see it on the slide itself. That is, not only during the pregnancy phase should a woman be really worried about GDM. All those who are essentially tested for GDM positive should be going for MNT or using the DIPSI criteria or other criteria. It should be diagnosed as soon as possible. Pre-pregnancy phase is a phase where a community awareness is needed. Early diagnosis, comprehensive lifestyle changes should be importantly given. And the postpartum phase, where the risk may be really high, this is the phase where a lifestyle management, positive medical nutrition therapy is something that should be practiced. Even exclusive breastfeeding, so that the child is not going to have major complications of overweight in future, should be something that can be practiced. Thank you. Thank you. This was my final conclusion. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mohile. It's a very nice review. And I think this shows how review papers should be presented and compared to the previous papers where there's just a summation of the chief findings. But synthesizing different studies into a whole is what is being attempted in this paper. It's a pretty good attempt. So thank you very much for showing us the importance of GDM and the age at which it occurs. Are there any questions from the audience?
I have a question, sir. I wanted to know how the onset of menarche early, make the person prone to a GDM.
Okay, early menarche is something that may be even correlated to a little overweight, tendency of putting on weight. Hello?
Okay, that way you are correlating it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, Anuja?
Yeah.
I tell you, because the early menarche is increasing nowadays. In olden days, age used to be about 13 to 15 years of age.
Right.
Okay. Now, because of our lifestyle has changed, it is really directly correlated with the GDM. Okay, so this is because why it is going, mainly the children or the teenagers, they're just mainly going for a sort of the fast food corners and the junk foods.
Right.
Our lifestyle has changed. That is the main reason we are all really prone to the lifestyle diseases. Such a beautiful name we are getting it, lifestyle diseases. Okay,
yes.
It's very interesting also to note that one. See, it is a direct correlation between our early menarche age as well as the GDM. So that is why people should really take care about it in the early stages itself.
Exactly.
To have some sort of the what is the preventive measures. This is a sort of the awareness program or creating an awareness how it is really interlinked. What will be the consequences in the future life? That is a major important issue nowadays, I tell you, because unless we really control our eating of the fast foods and the junk foods and the foods rich in a sort of the fat content, high fat, okay, the culprits mainly the high sugar, high fat, and high salt and high sugar. If we can manage with these 4 things in a controlled manner, I think everyone will be very happy. And
yes, yes. Actually, just to add on to this, there were a few other studies which have shown that even the activity has reduced to a great extent.
So much. So much.
Yes, definitely. I would like to also contribute a little to this discussion in the sense that when because of the environmental pollution, many of the degradation factors of the plastic, they're having an effect of hormonal mimics, which may also be contributing to an early menarche than usual.
Yes.
It is a vicious circle, sir.
Yes.
And one more thing also, I just tell you, because when you just talked about all these things, our physical activity is reduced. And not only that, even though we are in the tropical country, the exposure to the sunlight has been reduced enormously. That is the one which is causing, because if you go to doctor, first thing he will say, first analysis of the D2. Okay.
Yes.
So it cost about 1,500 to 1,800. The first thing was, we never used to face such type of the situation earlier. But now, if you go to the doctor, it is a must to analyze the D2. So these are the things, and because present day contest, everything one is linked to the other one. It's a vicious circle. You cannot forget or you cannot overlook only one aspect. It is some, it is a holistic approach you have to really tackle.
Yes.
In direction and whatever research you are trying to do it. Okay. Anyway, good thing. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Let us move to the next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Dr. Archana Annipure from SSPU India on a topic of health per acre.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Now we have heard many things about obesity and GDM. These are all persistent problems in India. But apart from that, there is another problem which is very, very important and persistent in India. And so many programs are launched by the government to combat this problem of undernutrition and malnutrition. And they are generally they are monitored well. These all government programs are monitored well. They are properly implemented and also interpreted well. Parallelly, there are so many NGOs which are also involved in monitoring these programs. Still, we have not come out of undernutrition in India. Also, on the other hand, we have seen recently there are so many farmers which are committing suicide. So I, Dr. Archana Annipure, would like to introduce a new concept as health per acre, which could be a real solution for undernutrition through a systematic review. Are my slides visible, madam?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think I'll go on this presentation mode. Yeah. So India faces dual crisis. One is food and agriculture crisis, and another is undernutrition and hunger crisis. Every second child is wasted, every third woman is severely malnourished, and every fourth Indian is hungry. So this is the current scenario in India. And I would say that this is not shining India, but starving India. Till now, government have focused primarily on various programs which gives farming or agricultural program which talks about yield per acre. Looking at agriculture and health in terms of yield per acre makes an important assumption that maximizing yield of specific food item would solve undernutrition crisis. But while implementing these programs, it leaves away or leaves out agriculture, food producers, and food production system. Also, it leaves out nutrition as such. This is because of the fact that food production has been chemically incentive and food incentive. This is chemically incentive, and this ignores the loss of nutrition and displays biodiversity. Thus, the Green Revolution led to increase in rice and wheat and with chemical intensive, capital intensive, and water intensive input, but it displaced pulses, oilseeds, millets, greens, vegetables, fruits from the field and from the diet as well. Now, health per acre as a concept, I would like to explain. In various studies, it has been proved earlier a great amount of food as well as variety of food produced and consumed at local level helps in equitable distribution. The system promotes growing traditional local foods and hence also promotes the consumption of such foods at local level. The wide variety of local food item covers the entire profile of nutrients required essentially by human body. Just a minute. A few food items produced abundantly cannot ensure an ideal blend of nutrients supplied to every person in the society because any single food item is not adequate source of all the nutrients needed by human body. To ensure proper nutrition, we need dietary diversification. And to ensure dietary diversification, we need to diversify our farmland. There is a huge discussion that tries to find the answer to the question that which farming practice can ensure food security, organic mixed cropping or conventional monocropping. The yield per acre of specific food item used as a measure of effectiveness appeared to favor conventional monocropping. However, nutrition produced per acre of farmland in the two farming systems were compared in few studies and striking different results came out. What needs to be pointed out is whether abundant production of rice, wheat, corn, or soybean would solve the crisis of undernutrition, or abundant production of all the different nutrients would solve. Organic biodiversity-based mixed cropping could be sustainable, reasonable, intelligent, cost-effective, and ecological solution to the problem of malnutrition in India. Organic mixed cropping methods can maximize the nutrition produced per acre and hence can help control inflation of food items. Food produced and consumed locally can avoid the huge cost of transportation and storage usually included in the price consumer pays for food items. Population at large usually knows quite a lot about local food items and its health benefit. As a result, educating people, especially women, with the various aspects of health and nutrition can become easier. Implementation of such knowledge also can become easier as adaptation, availability, and cost are not mutually exclusive, but rather facilitating one another. The approach can focus more on the root cause of the problem of undernutrition rather than on the treatment of current cases of malnutrition. So there I would suggest a shift. The shift which I propose from chemical intensive agriculture to ecologically intensive, biodiversity intensive agriculture, shift from external inputs to internal inputs, shift from monocultures to diversity, shift from capital intensive production to zero cost or low cost production, shift from yield per acre to health per acre or nutrition per acre, from food as a commodity to food as a nourishment and nutrition. This shift addresses the multiple crises related to food system. It shows how we can protect the environment while protecting our farmers and our health. And we can do this while lowering cost of food production and distribution.
Ms. Archana, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Kindly conclude your session, please.
Yeah. By maximizing health per acre, we can ensure that every child, woman, and man in India has access to healthy, nutritious, safe, and good food. To come out of this undernutrition, two things are needed. One is dietary diversification, which is a current recommendation, and second is environmental and ecological cost. Conventional agriculture measures yield per acre, while there is an extra cost of chemical input and environmental and health cost of chemicals. Yield measures monoculture output, while what we need is diverse output. Yield also fails us to tell about nutrition of the food. With the focus on health and nutrition, we should measure health per acre instead of yield per acre. So this strategy should, for protecting the livelihood of farmers as well as right of food and right of health of all the people, is what I would like to say. Organic biodiversity based mixed cropping is foundation of the concept of health per acre. It is a system of farming that increases nutrition produced per acre of farmland. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana. You have really summarized the present day problems and how to go ahead. I'm telling you, there are so many of the global challenges, starting with the climate change or the global warming, poverty, population, adulteration. Okay, this is not one thing, undernutrition, malnutrition, overweight. There's so many of the problems are there. I really appreciate your idea of having a sort of the nutrition per acre. I agree with you, but now people are talking about the biofortification. That means incorporating of the micronutrients at the breeding level itself. So far, 17 biofortified crops have been released and they have been dedicated to the country also by our Honorable Prime Minister. There it contains the millets also, because you have already talked about the drought.
I wanted to say all this, but due to time constraint, I stopped. I concluded.
Even if it's not the research is involved in that, but I try to gather all the information available and try to summarize in a sort of the short form. I really appreciate that is what we really needed it. And one more thing is going for the organic farm. One side you are talking about the population, and when you talk about the organic farm, are you going to really help the population to have a sort of the zero hunger? Or the poverty? It is impossible, I tell you, because the way the population is growing and all the other things.
I know, but there is so much of barren land which is actually organic land. And if the population tries to grow,
and one more thing I tell you, now organic produce are available in the market. How much the people can afford to buy that one? If you just
they cannot.
That's what I'm just saying. When you are talking about organic farming, is very much easier and tell you. Thanks to the green revolution, yellow revolution, blue revolution, white revolution, and now we are in the pink revolution. All the things, but the land is the same. Degradation of the land is another thing, the biggest problem for us. And the climate change is really affecting the food security in 4 ways, starting from the production, availability, accessibility, and the sustainability of the food chain. So you have to be very careful. I really appreciate at least to try to put all the points together. So, but anyway, thank you very much for our.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Indeed, an excellent paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we move on to the next speaker?
Roshni, can you ask the next speaker to start?
Yes, sir. Our next oral presentation by Ms. Anupriya Mamgain from the Maharajas Sayajrao University of Baroda, India, on a topic of consumption of dietary supplements as a complementary and alternative medicine among diabetic subjects in Vadodara city.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible to all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Present here. I'm Anupriya Mamgai, PhD scholar in MS University, Baroda, and I'm here to present my topic, consumption of dietary supplements as complementary and alternative medicine among diabetes subjects in Vadodara city. One of the major burdens to the public health is diabetes mellitus, and its global prevalence is 8.3%, which is subjected to be increased by 51% in 2045. And in Southeast Asia, there were 88 million people who were diabetic, and this number is estimated to be increased by 74% in 2045. Since ancient times, traditional medicines or folk medicines have been used to treat diabetes and other illnesses. In recent years also, use of dietary supplements for overall health as well as for the disease condition is quite popular. Medicinal plants and herbal products are used as CAM to treat and control diabetes mellitus. In different studies worldwide, prevalence of CAM usage among the diabetic population ranges from 18.4% to 92.9%. And this percentage varied, of course, because of the different ethnicity and also because of the type of the CAM included and the study design used by the researchers. Villa-Sibirelov et al. In 2010 found that diabetes was the predictor of CAM use. People with diabetes were 2.5 times as likely to use CAM as people without diabetes. There is a dearth of Indian studies regarding dietary supplements consumption among diabetic patients, especially in Gujarat state. Therefore, the study was conducted to study the prevalence of dietary supplement consumption among the diabetes subjects. This is the methodology. Total 360 diabetic patients were enrolled from Universiti Health Center and 2 diabetic clinics in Vadodara city. And the data was collected regarding general background information, medical history, prevalence of dietary supplements use, commonly used supplements, and their doctor's opinion about it. Here is the background information. I'll just take a quick brief about the background information of the respondents. There were 197 males and 163 females of the respondents, and the mean age was 61 years. Majority of them were graduates. Most of the females were homemakers and males were the retired personnel. As for the SES status, around half of the respondents will belong to the upper middle class family, followed by the lower middle class. Mean duration of diabetes was found to be 11.15 years, and high prevalence of comorbidities have been found among the diabetes patients, with 60.56% was the hypertension, followed by hyperlipidemia, that is 30.28%, and hyperthyroidism, that is 13.61. Regarding the awareness about the type of the diabetes, majority of the subjects, like 65% of them, didn't know about the type of the diabetes they were suffering from. Moving towards the prevalence of dietary supplements use, majority of the respondents, that is 60.27% of the respondents, have reported that they have ever used at least one dietary supplement since the diagnosis of the diabetes, out of which 60% of them are still continuing it, while 40% of them have discontinued because of the various reasons. And the reasons are listed out here. Because of laziness, because they forget to take the supplements, they were ineffective. It was inconvenient because of their busy schedule. It was too bitter, too cumbersome to prepare. The health problem for which they were taking that particular supplement, it was quite cured. Using some other supplement or other different treatment, the glucose levels comes under control, and various other reasons. This is the list of top 10 commonly used dietary supplements, and one of the most prevalent one was fenugreek seeds, followed by the Ayurvedic powder, which composition was not known to the respondents. The third one is the Ayurvedic powder, which is particularly a powder mix which they prepare at their home only. The other commonly used dietary supplements were giloy, juice mix, Indian blackberry seeds, that is jamun seeds, Madhu Nashini Vati, which is a commercialized polyherbal formulation from the brand Patanjali, bitter gourd, Indian rennet, that is paneer ke phool, and homeopathic medicine. 89% of the 89% of the respondents were taking these supplements because of the diabetes and its complications, followed by the general health, body pain, immunity, and there were other reasons also like bowel health, renal health, hypertension, high cholesterol, gastric problems, and COVID-19. As for the number of supplements used by the diabetic subjects, majority of the subjects have ever used or were using only one dietary supplement, followed by the 2 supplements. Very few of them have used 4 and 5 supplements. As far as doctor's consent was concerned, only 34% of the respondents did reveal due to their physicians that they were taking the dietary supplements, and out of which 15% of respondents' physician have disagreed to the dietary supplement consumption. Majority of the respondents, that is 65.9% of them, didn't reveal their dietary supplement usage because of the various reasons. And the most common reason was that it is a natural and has no side effects. That's why they were taking it. That's why they say that it is not mandatory because it is natural. They don't have to tell the doctor. Another second most common reason was his doctor didn't ask. So that's why they didn't tell the doctor about all these things. As for the conclusion and recommendation, the prevalence of dietary supplements consumed by the diabetic subjects for the management of diabetes was found to be substantial, indicating the need to study the efficacy of the same in the management of diabetes mellitus. The most commonly consumed dietary supplement was fenugreek seeds, which was predominantly used for diabetes management as well as for the joint pain relief. Respondents have reported the consumption of Ayurvedic powder, which they purchased by the name Kadvi Faki diabetic powder or diabetic Faki Rasayan powder, purchased from the local shops. However, they were unaware about the composition of the products. The study revealed that the majority of the subjects didn't feel the need to disclose their supplement usage to the physician because they thought that these are the natural products having no side effects. There is as for the recommendation, the researcher feel that there is a need to encourage patients as well as the doctors to discuss the supplement use, as it may have positive or negative impact on the diabetes management and may also affect the other parts of the organ of the body. So thank you. This was all about my study.
Thank you, Dr. Anupriya. So very nicely controlled and made out study. Brings out the importance of traditional thing, and what I found striking was that majority of the patients didn't bother to tell because they didn't ask. That shows the lack of trust between the medical practitioner and the patient, which I would say needs to be addressed very badly. At the same time, it would show that quite a lot of these dietary supplements did benefit or did not benefit. That probably need to find out if they did benefit or did not benefit the patients.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe in the early stage, it definitely will have the effect. But when it increases, the diabetes mellitus is just a prolonged one. They have to be on the medication also. Along with that, maintenance is very, very important. If once you are identified as a diabetic patient, the maintenance is very important. Further, the medication is necessary. The dietary supplement is only in the initial stages. Along with that, your physical activity is more important, and your normal diet, the regulation of your dietary intake is also plays a major role. See, sometimes we talk about like that, the consuming of maybe 3 times a day will not work out here. You have to have about 6 times, maybe 3 hourly ones or 2 hourly ones, and little quantities. So that is why our way of taking the food, the amount of the food, and our activity. These 3 things will mainly contribute towards the controlling of the diabetes. And another thing is the mindset. You have to have the positive direction, positive thinking. This is what I will to your talk. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Anupriya. Our next presentation is oral presentation by Manipreet Kaur Saini from Punjab Agriculture University, India, on a topic of studies on effective essential oil doses against calosobruchus kinesis in stored chickpea.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I am Manpreet Kaur Saini, PhD entomology, working as entomologist in the Department of Processing and Food Engineering at Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana. The topic of my research work is studies on effective essential oil doses against calosobruchus chinensis in stored chickpea. So coming to the introduction, chickpea is an important crop grown worldwide, and it has been attacked by various calosobruchus species, but calosobruchus chinensis is the serious pest of stored chickpea. Extent of damage is very high, qualitatively as well as quantitatively. It causes 55 to 69% loss in seed weight and 45.6 to 66.3% loss in protein content. Severe infestation causes 100% loss of pulses. Coming to the objective of the study, to study the efficacy of various essential oils against pulse beetle in stored chickpea. These are the various essential oils which I have tested against pulse beetle in stored pulses, that is mint essential oil, garlic, clove, and tulsi. So coming to the experiment 1, we have tested the efficacy of various essential oils mixed with acetone against C. chinensis in chickpea using fumigant bioassay. The capacity of the jar which we have used was 500 ml capacity, and these are the various treatments, that is mint, clove, garlic, tulsi essential oil at the rate of 12.5, 25, 50, 75 and 100 microliter along with untreated control. This is the statistical design we have used, that is complete randomized design. So coming to the methodology, fumigant toxicity of EOs against wait for a minute. Again, adults of C. chinensis was determined by an impregnated paper assay. Plastic jars of 500 ml capacity with screw lids were used as exposure chamber, containing 100 gram disinfested chickpea grains. Each EO was dissolved separately in 250 microliter of acetone and then applied to a circular filter paper. Then the control was received only 250 microliter acetone. After 5 minutes, at room temperature, the filter paper was attached to the inner surface of the screw lid of the jar using double tape. 10 pairs of 2 to 4 days old of C. chinensis were released in each jar and the cap was tightly screwed onto the containers. And then the mortality of C. chinensis was observed at an interval of 24 hours till 72 hours. These are the few action taken pics clicked while performing the experiment. Now coming to the observations, observation based on the mortality of C. chinensis was recorded and calculated by using Abbott formula. We have observed that mint and garlic essential oils at the rate of 50, 75 and 100 microliter gave 100% mortality of C. chinensis at all time intervals, while mint EO 25 microliter gave 80, 98.33 and 100%, and garlic EO at the rate of 25 microliter gave 85, 98.33 and 100% mortality of C. chinensis at different time intervals, while the lower doses of mint essential oil and garlic essential oil, they gave 43.33, 70, 85%, and in case of garlic EO at 12.5 microliter, it gave 63.33, 75 and 85% mortality of C. chinensis at different time intervals. While Tulsi EO at the highest tested dose, it gave 60, 75 and 90% mortality at different time intervals. While in case of clove at highest tested dose, we got 70% mortality even after 72 hours. So based on the percent mortality of C. chinensis recorded on various essential oils, clove oil found to be least effective and obsoleted from the study. Now, in case of experiment 1, experiment 2 and experiment 3, we have tested the standardized essential oils mixing with acetone as well as without using acetone. The capacity of the jar was same and same experimental design was used as in experiment 1. So we found that whether we mix the acetone with the essential oil or not mixing the acetone with the essential oil, it has not affected the mortality of the insect. As we see in the first graph, we can see that at 24 hours interval, we have not mixed the acetone. There was 86.67% mortality. And when we have not used the acetone, there was almost 85% mortality. So hardly there is any difference we have found in case of at every time interval and at every dose as well as for every tested essential oil. So we have conducted our studies on ovipation deterrence and reduction in adult emergence only using the essential oil without acetone. Here the methodology which we have used, the chickpea grains exposed to different doses without mixing with acetone for 24 hours was collected and placed in clean jar for 3 days for the appearance of eggs. Total number of eggs were counted on treated and control grains after 3 days, And then the ovipotient deterrency was calculated by using this formula. And again, for calculating the reduction in adult emergence, we have used the percent reduction in F1 adult emergence by using the formula. So what we have observed that 67.32 and 96.46% ovipotient deterrence was observed in various treatments, while maximum ovipotient deterrence was observed when garlic EO 50 microliter and tulsi EO 150 microliter was used, and minimum ovipotient deterrence was observed when garlic EO 10 microliter was used. While in case of reduction in adult emergence, we have found that 88.88 to 100% reduction in adult emergence of C. chinensis was observed in various treatments, and no adult of C. chinensis was observed to be emerged when garlic EO 50 microliter and tulsi EO 150 microliter was used. So the conclusion of the study was essential oils including mint 30 microliter, garlic 50 and tulsi 150 gave 100% mortality of C. chinensis at various time intervals, maximum oviposition deterrence and no adult emergence of the tested insect were observed at garlic 50 and tulsi 150 microliter. Therefore, based on the efficacy, it was observed that essential oils can become an integral part to manage C. chinensis in chickpea in an eco-friendly manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saini, for an excellent experimental paper. May I know if when doing the various essential oils, why did you not compare it with a standard fumigant like phosphine or one of those things, ethylene dibromide, etc.?
Sir, we have the standard check along with the experiment also.
Yeah, but data were not there.
So yes, we have not. I have not shown the data here.
Okay. But is it
actually I want to give a non-chemical option to our farmers, but we have the standard check with our experiments. Sorry for not presenting here that.
So, but would you conclude that the essential oils are as effective as the standard one?
Yes, sir. Sir, we have also tested the essential oils on bulk storage. We have our experiments are still going on in the these metallic drums also. So the results are really appreciating, sir.
Good. Thank you.
One question here. See, when you're talking about the application of the essential oils, what about the cost? That is one point from my side. Another one is, did you try to see the moisture content of the chickpea and your application of your essential oils in the storage period? I don't know. I got this. I wanted some sort of clarification on it. The moisture content of the chickpea and the application of the oils. And another one is the cost effectiveness of the essential oils and the bulk storage. Of course, to control the infestation is the biggest problem. We have to really take care about it. But how to these are the two. I want the clarification from your side, Carl.
Ma'am, the oils which I have purchased from the market, we have the price of that oil during the last year varied from 440 to 500 rupees per 100 ml of the this, but where we can avoid using this chemical, there I think the money doesn't matter, though it is not at par with the in terms of cost. The phosphine is, I think, much cheaper as compared to the oils, but we cannot, when the health is there, so I think our first priority is for the health. So they are not very costly, actually. The garlic essential oils, they are not very costly that we have purchased from our local market.
Local market in the sense is standardized products only, or just like, how they have extracted the oil? That's important also.
We have extracted the oils from our laboratory and then also compared with the oils purchased from the market.
Local market. Okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
But you have not checked about the moisture content of the dried.
We have, ma'am, our long-term experiments are also under progress, that we are going to compile it very soon. So there we have recorded the moisture content of the chickpea grains also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could we continue with the next presentation, sir?
Yes, please.
So sorry, there is an interruption.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Monica Das, and my topic is prebiotic potential of indigenous food from Rajasthan. Okay, just a minute. Indigenous plant grow spontaneously in natural ecosystem and have been serving humankind as food and medicine in almost all societies for generations. The third desert is highly populated desert area in the world, and 80% of the deserts are located in the Rajasthan within the Indian subcontinent. Rural population of Rajasthan have tremendous knowledge about their local flora and fauna, and Sangri Kher and Kumaitia are very commonly utilized by the local population and have been a staple diet. Now, this kher has been used by the population, and it is known that commonly it is known that it is help in anorexia, stomachache, and piles. Similarly, the sangri, which is also used by them, and it is known that they help in dysentery and bloating, and kumaitia. It is also their common food, and it is known that they are helping in stomach ulcer, colic pain, and constipation. But so far, there is no information about the prebiotic potential of these foods. So in this investigation, we plan to find out the prebiotic potentials of the food, studying the effect on the lactobacillus. So here we can see there's different doses of these components like food, Kher, Sangri, and Kumatia, different concentration was used, and we found that lactobacillus growth was increased as their concentration was increased, and Kher and Sangri get very promising result, whereas Kumatia didn't show that much promising result. So further, we studied the growth curve and the growth rate of the lactobacillus with the presence of Kher and Sangri with the most effective dose, where here it is 600 microliter. And here we can compare, this is a control growth of lactobacillus, and here this is the Kher and Sangri. So obviously we can see from here that it has a tremendous stimulatory effect on the growth of lactobacillus. To understand the mechanism of the action, the phytochemical analysis was performed, and first the qualitative analysis was performed, and we can see that they are very rich in phenol and flavonoid. And after that, we quantified the phenol and flavonoid, and we can find that they are very rich, like Ser Erkhangri is very high in phenol and flavonoid, whereas Kumatia also have good amount of phenol and flavonoid. As we know that polyphenol have the stimulatory effect on the lactobacillus growth, and mainly they stimulate the growth of lactobacillus, another way inhibiting the growth of harmful bacteria. So maybe rich phenol and flavonoid may be the cause of the prebiotic potential of this food. Not only that, flavonoid also inhibit the bad bacteria growth and anti-inflammatory activity. Besides this, we also studied the antioxidant potential of this food, and we have found that they have showed the very strong DPPH free radical scavenging property, and at the same time it is also measured the reduction property of this food. We can see that they have the reducing property almost equivalent to 1.2 milligram per ml of vitamin C. As it is rich in polyphenol, so it is expected that rich polyphenol content may be the cause of this antioxidant potential, and at the same time, this antioxidant property of polyphenol inhibit the ROS production, and at the same time, They again inhibit the pathogen addition, endotoxin production, oxidative stress. Also, they can increase the microbial diversity and growth of the lactobacillus. So overall, we can conclude that these Kate, Sangri, and Probitia possess strong prebiotic potential as they possess rich, high amount of phenol and flavonoid. Maybe the phenol and flavonoid is responsible for the prebiotic potential and antioxidant activity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam, for an excellent experimental paper. It's cannot be overemphasized that many of our traditional foods have much more therapeutic and the other values than what is let on. So thank you for an experimental paper. And are there any questions from the audience?
I will supplement to you, sir. Now, especially we are going back for the traditional knowledge, traditional foods, traditional recipes, ethnic foods. We are giving a lot of importance. That means we are going back to our tradition itself, because in spite of the scientific development, now quite often we are talking about the traditional preparations, traditional foods, traditional knowledge more than anything else, which is really a wealth of in present days. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
There was one great benefit, spin-off benefit of COVID-19. It made us much more aware of the potential of our traditional food grains and things. So we may have to thank COVID-19 for that.
It has taught many lessons, good as well as bad.
Yeah. You can go on to the next paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Stop
you.
presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next oral presentation by Rushmita Reddy from RBVRR Women's College, India, on a topic of effect of nutrition and dietary patterns on cardiovascular diseases.
To all the respected dignitaries present over here, myself Rushmita from RBVRR Women's College, Hyderabad, BSc Food and Nutrition. So before going to how cardiovascular diseases affect, we should know what is cardiovascular diseases. So cardiovascular diseases are a class of diseases of the heart and blood vessels in which coronary heart disease and cerebral vascular diseases and rheumatic heart disease and other conditions are included. CVD usually associated with buildup of fatty deposits in the arteries and an increased blood clots. CVD is the leading cause of the death globally. CVD is representing 32% of the global deaths. In that 32%, 85% are due to the heart attack and heart stroke. Over 3/4 of CVD deaths takes place in low and middle class income countries. India has been one of the highest burden of CVD worldwide. The estimated prevalence in India is 54.5 million. According to 2019, the annual number of deaths from CVD in India is 4.77 million in 2020. 1 in 4 deaths in India is because of CVD. The disease tend to affect patients in the most productive years of their lives and result catastrophic social and economic consequences. So the risk factors of CVD are dietary factors, tobacco, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, physical inactivity, and overweight. So food is the powerful medical tool which should be in our medical toolbox. It works faster, better, and cheaper than most of the medication, and it is very healthy as well. Applying food as a medicine is the foundation of functional medicine. Inappropriate food and unhealthy food is the number one cause of the poor health worldwide. Recommended diet for a CVD patient should be: the diet should be in low in sodium, high in whole grains, nuts, fruits, and vegetables. The diet should be with low cholesterol and high in fiber, high polyunsaturated fatty acids with low saturated fatty acids, high amount of potassium with a low amount of sodium, because potassium counterattacks sodium. 0.8 to 1 gram of protein, preferably from vegetarian sources. Sodium. So sodium is the main cause for these heart diseases, heart attacks, and heart strokes. High sodium levels will increase the risk of heart diseases. Less than 1500 milligrams per day lowers the risk. Potassium counterattacks sodium. In US, there is a reduction of CVD cases by 10% by lowering salt by 3 grams per day. AHA recommended no more than 2.3 grams of salt per day. Tobacco. Most important risk for CVD increases the risk of complication of hypertension, because hypertension is one of the most important CVD. Chewing tobacco doubles the risk of heart attacks. So the recommended diet should be the DASH diet. The DASH diet stands for dietary approaches to stop hypertension. The DASH diet is a healthy eating plan designed to help or prevent high blood pressure. Studies have shown that DASH diet can lower blood pressure in as little as 2 weeks. Diet can also lower low density lipoprotein cholesterol levels in the blood. So how much recommendations servings is recommended by the DASH diet? According to DASH diet, we should take 2000 calories from each food group. That is, grains, we have to take 6 to 8 servings per day. Vegetables, 4 to 5 servings a day. Fruits, 4 to 5 servings a day. Nuts, seeds, and legumes, 4 to 5 servings a week. Fat-free or low-fat dairy products, 2 to 3 servings a day. Lean meats, poultry, and fish, 1 ounce fewer a week. Fats and oils, added sugar should be 5 servings or fewer a week. So the high sugar, high salt, high fat, tobacco, and high alcohol will increase the CVD risk percentage. So high sugar will increase the CVD risk by 38%. High salt will increase the risk by 17%. High fat will increase by 70% as well, and tobacco will increase by 33%. Conclusion: DASH diet should be promoted as it is recommended as the best heart healthy diet, along with the physical activities like walking, regular cardiac checkups, and it can reduce the morbidity and the mortality rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmita Reddy, for a short and quick presentation. It's heartening to know that even BSc students are attempting to present papers in conferences, a trend which should be even more encouraged. Are there any questions from the audience? If not, let us move on to the next presentation, because I think we are nearing the end of our session and we still have 3 more papers to present. Can we go on to the next paper, please?
Yes, sir.
Roshni?
Yes, sir.
All the oral presentation is left pending, no?
Yes, ma'am. All the oral presentations has been completed. We are left with poster presentations.
Yeah, but the 7th candidate is not there.
No, ma'am. He didn't join.
Acha, Basamma Alur. Okay. So that is not there. That's absent. So now it's a poster presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Our next e-poster presentation is by Jyotirmay Saho from Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agriculture University, India, on a topic of role of diet and nutrition for a sound mental health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Jyotirmay Sahu. I'm a PhD scholar in Central Agriculture University. Today, I'm going to present how the diet and nutrition play important role in sound mental health. Everyone know that brain is one of the largest and most complex organ of the human body. And also the brain performs many essential functions, which is including regulating our mental health and physical well-being. And mental health, which is a state of well-being where the individuals understand his and her own abilities and also can cope up with hello. Then edible?
Yeah.
Am I
You are audible.
Okay. Can cope up with normal stresses of life, and also it can work fruitfully and productively, as well as able to make a contribution to our community. It is also basic for the well-being and effective functioning for an individual, also for a community. It is also important to know how the food affects the mood, and what is the relationship between food and the mood relationship. Means there is a direct relationship between foods and eat. What we are eating in our daily life is the main function of our brain. Proper healthy nutrition can benefit our brain in several positive ways. A healthy diet can increase our production of new neurons, which is the process called neurogenesis. What we eat can also affect the synaptic plasticity of the brain. Synaptic plasticity, which is the part of brain, is simply measure of the member of connection between neurons, and the more of the connection between neurons, better they can communicate, and the better you can learn and think and memorize. So that it is important we should add more nutrient in our daily diet, such as including minerals, B vitamins, antioxidant, and omega-3 fatty acid, which improve our mental health. One example is omega-3 fatty acids, which are essential nutrient. Means that we need to get them through what we eat, because they cannot make them. One omega fatty acid is alpha linoleic acid, mostly commonly found in plant, walnut, and edible seeds like flax seeds, and also pentanoic acid and hexanoic acid, one type also found in fish oil. A diet rich in fish oil and omega-3 acid also can decrease the risk of certain brain disorders such as Alzheimer's disease, which nowadays in old age people are getting, and also people are in depression. So that we have to add more nutrient in our daily diet, and so we should avoid unhealthy foods, so which is bad for our brain, and because that diet can unhealthy for our body and our brain also. One example is eating a lot of sugars can affect our brain memory and learning function. So the artificial sweetener make our irritated or anxious and can cause of sleep disturbances. So I want to give a message to everyone. The brain is the main part in our body, so that we should be careful when choosing our we eat. And since our diet can have a huge impact in our brain health, and we should eat food rich in healthy nutrients such as omega-3 fatty acids, rich in antioxidants and minerals. And a healthy can also improve our cognitive functions such as our ability to concentrate.
Over.
I think it is over. She said concluding, so.
Okay, maybe I think we can move on to the, unless there are no questions. We can move on to the other question.
I think we can go to the last paper, madam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our last presentation of our day, e-poster presentation by Pallavi Kumari from Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agriculture University, India, on a topic of effects of probiotic supplements on health.
Thank you, ma'am. At first, good afternoon to all. Myself, Pallavi Kumari. I'm working as a program consultant in UNICEF project under Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agriculture University, Pusa, Bihar, India. I'm presenting a poster in which my topic is effect of probiotic supplement on health. Probiotics are defined as microorganisms which provide health benefits when people have been consumed. It can be ingested as food and reaches intestine alive. The gastrointestinal tract is the best home, whereas the probiotic lab probiotic has found a small amount in stomach and a small intestine, but the minority is found in colon. Probiotics are frequently called good or helpful bacteria because they aid keep our gut healthy. Good bacteria are naturally found in body. People can find probiotic can be supplied by foods and supplements. Probiotics can be supplied by food, beverages, and dietary supplements. Features of probiotics bacteria are mostly non-pathogenic, non-toxic. These are friendly and non-friendly too. Like Lactobacillus species and Bifidobacterium species. There are so many health benefits of consuming probiotic that keeps our heart healthy, reduces blood pressure, helps manage weight, improves digestion, improves mental health too, and boosts immune system, lowers the weight. It is also help in treating diarrhea. It helps in irritable bowel syndrome and reduces the raised cholesterol level too. It also helpful in treating the atopic dermatitis in infants, improving antioxidant status in type 2 diabetes mellitus, growth velocity of low birth weight children. Some common foods like locally, we can take it by locally available foods like yogurt, curd, pickles, tempeh, natto, soya-based fermented products or dairy fermented products. And some common, we can also use it in some commonly home-based products too, because it is helpful for children. We can say that it is helpful for all age group, and we may produce it by various home-based like curry, one Bihari sweet like jalebi too. There are a lot of choices from which we can take benefits. So we all have to include the probiotic in our diet, in our daily diet for being healthy. Thank you, sir.
So that brings us to the conclusion of today's papers. Perhaps I would request Dr. Vijaya Gadar to give a summation of the present papers today. Madam.
Thank you, Doctor. See, summary means we have been hearing the variety of the papers from 12 o'clock to 3:30, and on various topics. Started with the impact of the vitamin D deficiency, and then effect of the garlic acid, and effect of dietary practices associated to obesity. Obesity, number of papers are there, of course, that is the need of the hour. And role of the probiotics in the obesity and the importance of probiotics also, they have talked about it. And another one is, you can just talk about the diet, inflammation and arthritis and malnutrition they have covered, and the impact of the manner of the water intake in the regulation of the metabolism and the health aspect. Effect of the flax seeds. Now everyone is talking about the flax seeds, especially to provide the N3 fatty acids. And the impact of the nutrition education, that is more important nowadays, because when you are having a lot of the welfare programs, the education part is really missing. We are communicating the policies are there, implementation level is there, but without giving the clear-cut information to the beneficiaries. I'll just give one small example here. So the folic acid, iron folic acid distribution to the pregnant ladies. Now, it is okay. Planning is good, policy is good, and distribution is good. But then the lady is not consuming those things. She collects and throws it away. When you ask them, what is the reason? They say it is undigestible, and they are having a constipation and all. The simple remedy is they have to take a lot of the glass of water. That what you can say missing link, that education part we are really missing. So I really appreciate some of them. They have really talked about the nutrition education and burden of the malnutrition and regression meant what can you say, maternal age and its association with the gastrointestinal diabetes mellitus. There's so many important topics have come, and health per care, acre. This is the new concept because we have been talking about the production for the acre and all those things. Now health per acre is one of the new innovation idea it has come out. And then consumption of the dietary supplements as a complementary and the alternative medicines, that is also important. And then studies on the effect of essential oil in doses to prevent the infestation also is a good aspect. That means a gamut of knowledge has been covered in today's presentations by all the presenters. I'm really happy to see at least they have really made an attempt to create some sort of the awareness what exactly we need in the present day living. Actually, you can talk about. Another important aspect is the early menarche, as well as the another thing is the lifestyle disorders. You can just talk about it. Let's see, like this, keep on talking about this. They have really explained everything and the poster presentation. But poster presentation they would have done in a much better way because they have to follow certain what you can see the framework. When you talk about the poster itself, the written part should be less and the pictorial presentation should be more. I think that maybe they should understand it, especially when you talk about the poster presentation should be very clear with less writing, and that is a more important. I'm a little bit disappointed here as far as the poster presentation is concerned. But on the whole, I really congratulate all the presenters. They have taken a lot of time and they have really presented very well. Of course, there are so many things learning from our side and they are learning from their side also. I once again congratulate all of them. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunities. And I also thank Dr. Raghunathan for supporting me in between so many of the things. It is a collaborative work. See, this type of the activity is really giving an opportunity to the lot of youngsters. It is a sort of what you can just say, encouraging them to face the audience, to come up with the clear-cut ideas. And we are really inculcating the competitive spirit among the youngsters. So thank you very much. I think this is one I would like to say. Nothing. Anything you can compliment, Doctor.
Yeah, I thought one note I would like to do to the younger presenters is that when they present review papers, no doubt they have done their background work on that, but it has to be present in a synthetic manner rather than a mere listing of what was happening and who did what. And in this respect, probably they should take a cue from Dr. Anuja Mohile, who did a review paper, but it was an excellent synthesis, I would say. So otherwise, searching for like what exactly is novelty in today's system. Novelty is something that's very difficult to come by in today's world, where there is so much of scientific literature available for nearly any field of science and study that we want. So it's rather difficult to come up with novelty, but I'm happy that some of the older ideas were presented in new light. And that speaks volumes to the creativity of some of our younger presenters. And I wish them all luck and thank the conference organizers for giving us this excellent opportunity to be present at this conference and take part in proceedings. Thank you very much.
Roshni, how to send these evaluation sheets? We have to send it by scanning or maybe photocopy and to your WhatsApp number.
Kindly share to Ms. Ramya, ma'am. She will be looking after all this.
Okay, photocopy or maybe scanned copy we can send it, no?
Yes, ma'am, you could send it.
Today's today and tomorrow's tomorrow. Tomorrow is another session is there, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyway, congratulations, you will be able to do it in time.
Yes,
yes.
Not too much of a time.
Yeah, that is another thing, an important thing, because to maintain the time is another important aspect.
I think that towards the later end of the session, people are already ready with the presentations. Ready to go. That saved us a lot of time. I request every other presenter tomorrow session also to follow this model. have it ready, and moment you're called upon, start speaking.
Anyway, overall, I think we have to really congratulate the organizers. Even though they are very young, they've been able to manage everything in a very systematic and systematic manner, I can easily say. See, I know when you are conducting in a program, there's so many lacunas, so many drawbacks, but with less experience and these youngsters, they are really managing such a type of the massive program. You deserve congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for taking out of time in your busy schedules and moderating the sessions. And I would conclude the sessions by moving to vote of thanks. On the behalf of Universal Society of Food and Nutrition, USFN, and with Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, and Universiti Malaysia, Kelantan, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers of their presence and contribution to making this conference a more informative and interesting session, and also the participants to take out time from the busy schedules to grace the event. It's been a pleasure being with you all of today. Thank you all for your patience. I wish you all a very good evening. And I hope all will join the conference on tomorrow with the same enthusiasm and energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we stop the session, ma'am, I request every participants to turn on the cameras for gallery image.
Yeah, that is more important.
Yeah.
Show the physical presence.
Yeah. Not only that, for the youngsters, it is sort of the sweet memory for them.
That's true.
Yeah, now it's really looking so colorful.
Okay.
I think still you are missing, I think. Okay.
I repeat myself. I request every participant kindly turn on the videos for the gallery image. We are taking the image. Please ready with your smiling faces. 1, 2, 3. Smile, please.
Okay.
Cheese.
Thank you all.
Don't say cheese, it is fattening.
Thank you so much. I thank each and everyone for joining. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, everybody.
So I'm leaving. Okay. Roshni?
Yeah, we can leave now.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dr. Raghunathan, and all
Thank you,
the
madam.
participants.
Thanks
Okay.
for such a nice summary.
Nice to have you as a coach.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.